Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Oh my god, I'm flat today. Ooh. Hey, hi Magpie. Hi Brian. Hi G. Oh, also, there was 14 months. Oh my god. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. I have one mega good news actually. Give me a second. I need to find it. Wait, what is this? Mega good news? Yeah, mega good news actually. I just need to find... Oh, this one doesn't work. Wait. It's alright, give me a second. I just need to... I just need to find it. I think it's like this. Mega good news. Good. 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 Oh, I cannot see it. Is it here? Look at that. Oh no, the babbies are spreading. Look at that. I'm gonna cry actually. Holy shit. It's now in the emotes, I believe, I think. So what happened yesterday was numbers sent me this. Yesterday I was like, oh shit. Oh my goodness. So now I also have the babbies with my beans. It is now usable. It is now one of the emotes that we have. Thank you, numbers. I know numbers is probably not here yet, or still, I don't know, but yeah, I did say my thanks and everything. I just didn't expect this, to be honest. Oh my god, I love the babbies so much. I mean, I'm a huge fan of beans, to be honest. I love beans. Beans are great. Right? That's why I have like very obvious colored bean colors, right? And tongue for some reason. Hell yeah. Yeah. I love beans. If you didn't know, like, just send beans my way and I'll be very happy. I'm a easy to please couple, I think. Probably. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, see, beans. Look at that. Beans. That's some good beans. Oh my goodness. Also, I cannot help but play more Counter-Strike. I think I might have the brain rot. I might have the brain rot. I honestly cannot stop thinking of Counter-Strike for some reason. Like, I know there's so many people talk shit about the game, and I recognize that, but I just cannot stop thinking about it. I don't know why. Like, game's good to me. I love the game. Toxicity is everywhere, but like people told me that, oh, have you tried oh, hi Metal, have you tried Valorant, or like have you tried other shooty bang bang games like Call of Duty or something like that? And I was like, nah. I mean, first off, they cost so much, especially for Call of Duty, right? But Valorant, I'm gonna make a comparison for me personally between Counter-Strike and Valorant. I think I'm already struggling to look at enemies in Counter-Strike, and then there's also okay, and then in Valorant, hi numbers. Thanks again, numbers, for the babbies. Oh my god, thank you, thank you, thank you. I put the babbies here. The babbies are here. Thanks again. Your message failed to send, it says. I'm literally the broadcaster. What do you mean? Oh, you see the babbies? I cannot send messages for some reason. Anyway, Valorant, right? So Valorant is like too flashy to me personally, right? There's too many things going on. There's like ultimates, there's like skills, right? And then it makes the game, it makes me probably gonna struggle in the game a lot more than Counter-Strike. Whereas Counter-Strike is already so, I wouldn't say clean, but Counter-Strike has a lot less visual effects to cover up the enemy other than smoke, and that's pretty much it. Smoke, flash, that's it. Very tactical, right? There's no like flashy skills, there's no like dashes, there's no like, you know, like a lot of, yeah, stuff like that. I just feel like Valorant's gonna make me feel very tired after a few rounds with how much visual effect is there. Probably. I don't know. I've been licked. I'll take it. Licked by a snake. Oh my god. Unless you're alt main. Yeah, alt is an unfortunate thing, to be honest. AWP, it's really like sucks to deal with. But it is what it is, I guess. The AWP, you have like the, I don't know what the machine gun sniper is. We call them 连击, and then we call AWP 大击, and then we call scout 鸟击. Usually when I play with my friends, that's what we call the guns. And you have the ta 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 ta. Right? It's all very Chinese and stuff. Oh, hi Paranoia. Kobo, oh my god, eat the fluffy dragon. Merp merp. Yip yip. Dragon yipping, oh my god. You know, dragon doing the raw is great, but then dragon doing the yip is like the best. No contest. Also, hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I have light breakfast because I need to lose weight. I've been eating too much. Let me scratch that. Let me rephrase that. I've been stress eating too much because of the legality issues, but slowly does it, right? Slowly does it. It happens, and I've been taking care of it slowly with my mama. So all good. Just had been eating a little bit too much. That's why I need to eat less. And what? I don't do workout. But I should probably start doing something that can make me lose weight, yeah? Howdy, I'm sick but better than I have been the last few days. Oh, but I still hope you... I still... Hope you? No, that's not English. I still... Shit, it's not hope you, that's another word for it. Wish! Oh, but then I found it, the word. I still wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you, brain. Oh my god. Yeah, I not hope you, I still wish you a speedy recovery. Of course. Yeah. I also just recently recovered from being sick. Sounds like sick season because my whole family also got sick as well, which is kind of scary, but also kind of funny. Might have something to do with me. I don't know. I was sick for like 2 weeks, and then after I recovered, and then they suddenly got sick as well. I was like, huh. Well, I may or may not have something to do with that. I can neither confirm or deny. Hi, Sour Napalm. Oh god, I love the emote so much. And the hug too. Dang. Hope you're doing good, Sorrow. I was working outside in the rain and cold, so I wasn't surprised. Oh, yeah, that's fair, but still. It's a harsh condition. Harsh condition. Condition. Is this a thing? Like, is this what kind of it, oh my god, I cannot talk. Help. It's a condition, right? To not be able to pronounce word properly. I don't know. God damn. Hi, Cole. Oh my god, Kobo Trend. Hi. Yeah, it's a harsh condition to work in. It was not fun. It's just the sound of it alone. It's not fun, definitely. It's a tough job. And I got lucky enough to be able to sort of do this and also have like being able to work with a boss that's so understanding. I work 2 days a week at the local grocery store. It's like at the old street sort of, so maybe they are very understanding about my situation. Maybe. So I got lucky. I get to work like 2 days a week, and then I'm able to do this 5 days a week as well, right? That does mean that I'm more tired, to be honest. I don't really get rest. But I feel like if I rest, especially during this time where I need to pay off loans and shit, I feel bad. I feel guilty for doing that. But I'm glad that yesterday one of my friends actually reached out to me. It's like, hey, you wanna spend some time hanging out together? That's why I didn't stream yesterday. It was a really good friend of mine. They started working overseas, so we hardly see each other anymore. But we still play some game sometimes, right? Sometimes, like yesterday. So I'm glad. I'm very happy. It was a good time, albeit short. Made me feel sad because of the short hangout time, but I'll take it. It's good enough. How's the Kobo today? Kobo is feeling pretty okay today. Very nice. Nice, heck yeah. Hi, Druxix. It's very thick, right? It's a thick booty. I might have some trouble speaking today. Okay, you know what? Let me rephrase that. I might have some trouble speaking all the time. Not only today. Apparently this week when I stream, or pretty much all the day, pretty much like every time I stream I cannot speak properly for some reason. It's fine. I guess my brain has been jumbled up. Anyway, I'm opening up Counter-Strike. Oh my goodness, Counter-Strike? I don't know why I love this game so much, but I love this game so much. I have the brain rot. I was thinking that I want to play Ember Isle or take a nade. And then after thinking for a bit, and then my brain just went like, but guns though, but Counter-Strike though. And then I immediately went like, yep, Counter-Strike, okay, I guess we're doing that today. Fuck, help. The brain rot is getting me. I cannot stop thinking about Counter-Strike. Big and round? Heck yeah. Big and round. Oh yeah, other than Counter-Strike 2, I've been playing this Yesterday I was playing with my sister for quite a bit. I have to play like 2 different accounts, right? I have 2 characters. One to play with my sister, one is like my main account. It was fun, I like it. It's neat. Hi Sandy. I feel like sometimes I cannot see my crosshair. Metal? Oh, Metal is playing? Wait, are you in the Discord? Metal is in Discord! Ah! Give me a second. Wait. I'll join very soon. Taco. And then... And then... Let me check. This one... Okay. Should be fine. I'm in. And Kobo shooting together? Heck yeah. What's good?
I like big crosshair. It's easier to see.
Yeah. But maybe not like this thick, right? This one
No,
maybe too thick.
thick as I am.
Oh. I'm not too thick. I want a... Maybe that's my problem. I cannot see my crosshair, so I've just... outline. Oh, that's... I feel I might not be able to see enemies like this thick. Maybe not outline. Yeah, maybe not outline. T-style? Oh, T-style! Why? Also Metal, I did try some shotgun rounds like for the past few days.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do shotgun. I tried and I die every time. I might beat the run and gunner Kobo.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay.
Get that fine. I will get that fine. I'm gonna do it while we queue. God, my room is a mess.
Dust.
I'm almost done.
Nice.
Let's roll.
Forever dust.
Okay. Oh. Thank you. My chair is actually so noisy. Whoa. shotgun. Shotgun. Oh, moisturize? Yeah.
Jewel Beretta? That's a different choice.
Need. A short. Even though it was just one. Did the bomb drop? I think the bomb dropped.
Yeah, bomb dropped short.
CT spawn.
Owie, 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 owie.
Yep.
Oh, I hear him. Did they get the bomb?
They probably did. Yeah.
They went through mid.
I'm going in.
We are so not surviving.
Yeah.
Behind? Yeah, behind. He's coming through the doors.
Oh, no. I'm so low. Oh, they killed 5. Holy shit. I somehow did good.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it. Grenade out.
Ooh, shiny.
No, someone else.
Laying down smoke.
Okay.
Oh, that was a really terrible smoke. My bad.
Throwing a grenade.
Oh, thank God.
B.
B.
Oh, and there's a guy with a sawn off long.
Too long. Oh.
Bomb B.
Oh, bomb's at the tunnel, but we only have 1 people left. Oh.
Wow, that free fire.
They were expanding it. This is a Singapore server, I think. Yeah. They were very patient.
This isn't the killer house anymore. This is real life.
Oh, I hear AWP.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my gun's got little gremlins on it.
I was like, yes, Singapore server, definitely AWP going on. Shotgun A short. Yeah, mid
I
to
hear him short.
yeah, mid to short. Mid to A short, sorry. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess that AWP just staying there.
Bombs on
Nice.
me.
Good stuff. One's coming. Oh, nice. Yo, nice. The last one should be AWP. Oh my god. That was so good.
My little gremlin gun.
Gaming. We love gremlin guns more than sniper. Who needs sniper when you have gremlin gun?
The funny part is my skin on the gun actually does have little gremlins on it.
Mine's just the scaled ones. I'm checking short, just in case. Oh, one. Oh, you're right. It is full of gremlins.
Yeah. There you go, little gremlins.
Little gremlins. We love them. Ooh. Those are imps. It's alright, they're gremlins. AWP. Oh!
Yeah. Angie gun.
Ain't the one shotgun. There's always like one or two that always come from short.
Oh, that's a flashbang.
Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
One short down, another one at short. AWP here, I think. They're not taking the
So
shot.
yeah.
They're not taking the shot.
I hear him.
Yep, AWP. Behind the box. Another AWP.
Long. Last long.
Got him.
You're right on. You're right
Got him.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves.
Ooh, that was
Why
fast.
would you not smoke going through the middle?
Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Middle? Oh, one. Wow, that's B, I think.
So that's two.
Yeah. Middle, this one AWP. Yeah.
Yeah, they have so many AWP.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Stinky gun. I mean, this is Singapore server, so I'm not surprised, honestly.
Oh, it was worse when I was trying to stream, I can't remember how long ago it was on Australian servers. There were sweaties and hackers and...
Oh, they've been hackers. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Crazy. Flash.
short.
Yeah.
Ow.
I hope I didn't shot you.
No.
Oh, nice, thank God. I feel like they might come from long. Let me check.
Yeah.
Yep, they're peeking at the pit. Yep.
Oh.
Got him.
Okay.
Would you peek and oh, I just need to make sure they are there. I'm trying to make sure they are there and I died for it. No, I don't want AK. Actually, I'm gonna save money.
Green
I'll
can
take the
take
AK. I'll take it, I'll take it. Oh, green can take it. Done.
Didn't buy any grenades, son of a bitch.
Oh,
Laying down smoke. Incendiary.
it's the darkest fuck pixel. That was so lucky.
Was that the bomb?
Let me check. No, it's not. Someone else.
Grenade out.
Yikes!
Oh.
Hmm. Maybe
He
they're all
pinged
going
it
A
and
short.
they didn't go, so interesting.
Dang.
Too late.
Gremlin gun?
Are you gonna hold? We need to win.
Yeah, they're saving. In a way, I guess I can know why. Honestly, in AWP,
Yeah, they do only have 3,000, so
AWP expensive. I get it.
did he just blow himself up with disconnect or something?
Unable to establish a connection of the
Oh.
game server.
Oh wait, he F4 himself and we got a reward for that apparently.
Heck yeah, we got free 300.
Hold on a minute, let me read that. Unable to establish connection with game. I think he was hacking. Or tried to load up hacks. That's normally what that means.
Right? It's like they
they don't like showing it, but they
sense like third-party software running, and then that happens. I'm feeling MP9 today.
and then they reload their game, then they reload it without it, and they're like, yeah, no, I wasn't, and the game's like, yeah, okay.
It also means that the internet could just hiccup. It's also one of the possibility.
I know, but still,
I just don't
you
like.
can never trust it.
Yeah, I just don't like how game is trying to be vague about it when there's no reason to be.
Wait, he had a ping of 10. How would he?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
The damage is not. It could be, yeah, it could be just the internet hiccup. If Narix is here, I'll laugh at it.
Oh, they're back.
Hey. Singapore connection.
Yeah, all that pings are fine.
Oh,
Throwing fire. Incendiary. Throwing smoke.
jumping straight to accusations though. It is kind of bad on my end. I get it. Oh,
They are trying so hard. Oh, there's one.
I'll throw a bomb.
Throwing a grenade.
That's the bomb.
AWP. Fair enough. I think the bomb's at short still.
Think so? Oh.
Oh. Oh, damn.
All right.
Of course, we go for the sweat.
It's all good.
Oh well. Buy kits, you fools! It's only 300.
Move it.
I have kids. Well, not kids, but yeah, diffusing kit.
Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke.
Did someone rush into their base? Question mark.
Yeah, someone rush long.
It's fair. I like to rush too. It's fun.
Yeah, they're long.
Bomb say long. I'm coming in. CT spawn as well. There's one. Short.
You can shoot through that! I don't think people know you can actually shoot through that for the right gun.
I honestly don't know. But the AWP probably can shoot through a lot of things.
Yeah, the AWP, the AK, I think the M4 can...
Oh, that car. Ooh. Ooh.
Did you pick up a kit?
Yeah. Good stuff.
Woohoo!
Heck yeah.
Of course.
We're in the clear line.
We love our AWP.
Yep, I'll put.
AWP. It is strong, so I can see why people likes it.
Let's go.
It's just not my thing.
Mm-hmm. I suck at sniping.
Same. We're just a bunch of gremlins.
Incendiary out.
It's so hard for us to hold a spot.
Did they just smoke?
Why is there MP7 noises? Oh, decoy.
Grenade. Grenade out.
No,
Damn it. I wasn't paying attention.
my bad. I was late.
Don't aim for headshot.
Oh,
Aim for body. See, you missed. You're terrible. Bam, behind. And that's a bait.
AWP.
Oh, final round. How did I buy a Zeus?
Ah, everything is so expensive. I can buy a decoy.
Decoys out. Throwing fire.
Also, I realized when I'm trying to gun someone down, holding shift and aim is a lot easier.
Wait, the Zeus recharges?
What?
Yeah, the Zeus recharges. I fired it by accident and it's recharging.
Oh, so it's not a one-use thing.
More
Wait.
than one use.
It could be a good investment. I'm checking short. I'm going in short.
Yeah, cool.
I heard someone.
Long?
One, yeah, long. I heard it. Oh no! Oh, AWP run.
Negative.
I ambushed someone.
Ugh, I don't want that.
I'll take it.
Give me Grenade.
I'll buy one smoke. I'm going B. Smoke.
Ah! Ow.
I'm reloading. Ah!
Here, one outside.
Tunnel. Oh, nice!
I went round.
I just hear the tick 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 tick. Dun, 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 dun.
Why not?
Mark 10. My hairdryer.
Don't get in my way. They rushed up the middle.
They rush up the middle? Dang.
Yeah, they rushed up the middle.
Someone's AFK at their base.
They forced bought and rushed up the middle.
I didn't think they're gonna rush in like
They're
that.
gonna take this guy's gun. Yep, there it is. He doesn't have a kid, I don't think.
Gremlin gun round. We love that. Oh,
Aw.
oh. I think they have AWP already.
Yeah, they're probably going to, yeah.
They probably go for like naked AWP without armor. I'm hearing negative on A long.
How?
Ooh!
Yeah.
I wanted to go A short, but it was very scary. I guess we could rush B again.
Mm.
I just want to try to see if this works. Nice.
Got him that time.
want to check. Ow. Oh, I didn't see that head. Yeah, AWP at B. Oh. Ooh.
I don't know what to get.
I still love hairdryer.
No more talking. Now we fight.
They mid again.
Damn, they're rushing in. Didn't think they love rushing that much.
Knife kill?
Probably someone AFK over there. Ooh! I love my hairdryer.
Behind you.
Ah, at the base. Ah! Fair enough, fair enough. Long distance Mac 10 kill. 100% lucky shot. I'm not gonna say much. Oh. AW per? Yo. I love how at your team, like,
Don't reload!
oh, hey, hey, hey.
He could have just ran up with his gun and helped his friend. Instead of throwing a grenade.
AWP is too hard sometimes. You gonna believe in the hairdryer?
They're gonna go mid again.
Yeah, this time we're gonna hold. Wait for them to come in.
Hopefully.
Someone's checking with AWP.
Yep. Thought so. I'm going the other way. There's an AWP long.
Yeah.
One in our spawn. Don't buy the AWP if you can't hit with it.
I forgot to reload. I forgot to reload. Hi, Breen. Oh. Gremlin gun. Hope you're doing good, Breen. Rushing B? Guess we can try. I hope this is right. Whoa, Scar?
Help me, green, Jesus. Really?
Right here. I somehow didn't get killed.
And we stole the scar. Give that to me.
I'm using Gali AR. I don't have Gremlin gun anymore. Mortal?
Yeah.
Guys, I told
What are
you
you
we
looking at?
kill them all.
Yeah, they rushed up to B this time.
They rush up to B.
Yeah, now they're rushing up mid. Some of them are. Shoot through the wall.
Got him.
I'm gonna hide this sweaty gun
Nice, hide them.
by using it.
There was someone here, right?
I think so. I don't know.
Oh, nice.
Spawn.
One at our spawn.
I have 8 health in a dream. If I die, don't let them get the scar.
I'll try to. I'll stay with you.
Oh, I think I hear him.
That could be me. They're saving their gun, probably?
No idea.
Yeah, no, they're saving. Right, where is that? Where's the person?
I don't know. Yeah, someone else can have their damn gun back. Ugh. It's disgusting.
That last bullet kill through the doors? I'm actually hacking? Oh my god! Who knew that actually changing crosshair helps so much?
But no one wants it. Jesus Christ.
Maybe they just like AWP question mark? I'm throwing away the bomb for now. Don't want to let them see the bomb yet.
I'm feeling there's someone in there.
Haven't seen anyone through the doors yet. Yeah, they're A-long, they're not rushing in.
Shoot through 2 or 3 times through the wall. Oh, yep. Alright, cover me. Think when they're gonna push through.
Let me go A short. I'm going through A short.
No scope. Yeah, that's right. You can use it as like an assault rifle. I'm not scared. There's one long, or was one long. I don't know where the other one is though.
Looks like they're spawn.
Oh, spawn.
Nice!
Why did I get an MVP?
Metal Gaming.
God, I hate this gun.
I'm gonna throw
Fuck it.
one decoy at round though.
And now I back out so they don't kill me.
Rushing mid. Mid get long.
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. They're trying so hard to get the scar back.
Yeah.
Don't
Come
go
on.
through that purple!
I'm not. Oh, I'm not purple.
Careful mid.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, they're just holding this time. Wait, let me smoke middle, and then we can rush A short and see how it goes. Or at least I'll try.
Fuck! Someone got in front of me.
Someone's coming in. AWP mid. One short. Two short.
Yep, you got me.
Oh,
Mate, the scar's gone. They're gonna go for it now.
that was kind of a nasty kill. I heard AWP. I'm not gonna peek then.
Oh!
Goddamn!
I guess he's an idiot and they don't want the scar anymore. Doesn't bother me.
Maybe, you know, I don't know why. Kobo, just a little
But-
pro tip: don't reload after every kill. I'm still trying to get rid of that bad habit.
Yeah, it's a really, really disgusting habit because, you know, it's been drilled through us for every single player game you play.
Yeah. So I'm trying hard to forget or like to like not reload after every kill. Trying anyway. I'm sorry, Metal.
No, you're right. I should have looked.
Oh god.
Wow, no one looked up middle.
I didn't check. Itchy.
No one looked up middle.
I wanna try AK.
You know what?
Yeah. Speaking in all A, let's go. Hold then B.
Yeah, don't stand in front of me. Mid?
Checking if anyone comes through mid. I'm looking. Okay, yellow's looking.
What? In front
Oh.
of me. As I throw a grenade every time, it's like they know.
The timing on that.
One mid.
No reloading. 22 bullets is enough for one people.
Mid.
I'm gonna flank him.
Oop. I think they got him.
Where's the last one?
I don't know. But it's 3-1, so one of us will find him. Unless they come grab the scar through our spawn, so that might be a problem.
Oh,
Oh.
it did spawn.
Holy shit! Draw!
Damn. Well, we got him.
Oh, I'm a fire starter?
Oh, I'm the trifecta. I'm actually doing kind of good this round. Holy shit.
I'm starting fires.
We love fire. Fire good. Metal Cobalt left. Uh-oh. Something
What?
happened.
Left? Oh no.
The game says you're left.
Oh,
Oh.
damn thing.
Give me a second. I want to join.
Here we go.
Yeah, I feel like changing out the crosshair helps me play a lot.
Yeah, it really does. I didn't think
Oh.
of it when I first did it, but holy crap.
It changes so much on how I play.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, I forgot to change my ping tolerance. Give me a second.
Oh, where's my button? Where's my button?
Done.
I can English this way.
I've changed the ping tolerance.
My niece has started playing this, and she's only like 7.
Uh-oh. It begins.
And she's also started playing Fork Knife.
Fork knife? Oh, it truly begins.
Yeah.
My condolences. I couldn't imagine.
You know, gotta follow what's popular on YouTube and her TikToks and all that crap. It's like, stop looking down, you're gonna break your neck.
Yeah.
Seriously, this generation already have serious neck problems as if they were in their 60s.
feels like it. I mean, my nephew is like iPad 24/7 if possible.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah. It's kind of scary. And then especially with the YouTube Kid contents are very suspicious.
Yeah, which is weird.
Yeah, and then my sister is not monitoring what my nephew watches, so it's a bit of a problem. Banana.
That's different.
Banana. We have the banana map. Banana. Banan good. How do you
Please make it before the match starts. This is gonna be hilarious on the kill feed.
how do you spin your gun?
I got him with the Zeus.
Any veteran know how to spin the gun?
Don't you hold it down?
I'm holding it, it's not doing anything.
No? Okay.
Or like I'm spamming. How fast do I have to spam it, I guess?
No idea.
No, I'm spamming it really fast. It's not happening.
I had my fun. I get to Zeus someone.
That's only possible with R6. What's R6? You have to meow first? No, why is it not?
Never
Yep.
heard of it.
You know what? I'm gonna one grenade.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick fire and go B. Fire! Fire!
I'm gonna explode banana. I will explode banana. The R8?
Why are the women's skins so expensive?
I hate it.
Grenade out.
Grenade out.
Oh, they're up mid, by the look of it. Hello?
Careful. There's the base.
Sorry!
It's all good. It's all good. I should have checked. Oh!
That's a nice gun.
Ooh.
You call it cum flavor.
It's so bad. I kinda love it.
Buy,
MP9.
stuff it. I'm gonna regret it, but I'm gonna buy it.
There is metal right now.
7.
What's R8, R6?
And I'm gonna wait around the corner. I'm gonna wait like right there. I'm gonna throw a grenade first.
Yeah.
Throwing a grenade.
I'll throw one as well.
Right here.
I'll inform you if I see anyone then.
I have 64 kills of this thing? Oh. They've pushed up.
I guess I
Okay.
went mid.
Woo!
Careful! Oh damn.
Woo!
Oh damn! Oh my
Mid-air
god!
headshot.
Mid-air headshot? We love that. Metal is the shotgun build.
Yeah, apparently shotgun is my shtick.
Yeah. Looks like they're not rushing like banana at all. I'll make sure they.
That's weird.
I'll make sure they don't. I'm just gonna keep throwing nades every round.
Agreed, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
oh wait,
just-
we're on Australian server. You got 100 ping.
Oh, it's all good. I don't really feel too much. I guess maybe I'm not that good to feel.
Injury out.
Look, they're hitting where I smoked, which is good. They're wasting bullets.
Yeah. PPP
Oop, I
jump.
hit 2? 1?
Flash.
That's a fucking crank.
2. Ooh,
Nice.
we got him. MP9.
Oh, we found the bomb too.
Yeah.
That's probably gonna be from behind.
I'm smoking. Get your dead smoke
Behind?
with you.
Behind, both of them. Another one. So don't peek.
I'm not picking. I don't want.
Yeah, he's sitting there with scoped in now. Wait for... Should be able to see his shadow when he moves up. Go!
Got him! I aced! Oh my god, that's my first ace in the entire world!
Yeah.
Holy shit! MP9 so OP! Oh, my heart's pounding.
See, I got your back.
Thank
You want to keep that adrenaline up, so that way it keeps your reflexes maximum.
Yeah. I'll try
That's
to
the
keep
only
it
way
up.
I can like be as good as I used to be.
I'll try to keep it up.
I think I hit someone with a grenade.
Let me throw a fire.
Oh, there I...
I'm rotating. I'm going from spawn to A.
I'll stay here.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, they're all up there.
Ah, habit. Oh, got him. I am on fire today. What the fuck?
No, I couldn't steal their gun. I wanted to get that for Flynn.
Flame.
Let's give it to them, boys. Throwing smoke.
Throwing coke. A cola. To be specific.
Grenade. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Negative.
Ooh, that was a good throw. Negative?
Oh, careful.
Owie.
I'll flash.
Flashbang.
Oh.
Oh. Hello.
Oh, I killed one? Oh, I killed one. Nice, thank you. You're gonna learn to stop walking while shooting? I'll try. But I think MP9 is possible to walk while shoot, just not run.
Yeah, most SMGs you can, yeah.
Yo! Oh my god, MVP, heck yeah.
Cool.
We're on fire!
Have a gun.
I'm feeling MP9 today. Yellow. Couldn't decide.
Looking forward to treat testing this one.
Fine, I'll take it. Left. AK.
I believe in you.
Grenade out. Incendiary out.
It's weird how they don't rush up here. There's always ever only two of us.
Yeah. I'll try to throw like fire as far as possible, I guess.
Is that a DAC? I think that's a DAC.
Oh, it sounds like a decoy shot.
Throwing incendiary. Throwing a grenade.
Careful, Metal. I'm right behind you.
Grenade.
They're probably to the right.
going back B.
Oh. Are they AFK?
I don't believe that, to be honest.
Yes, yes they were.
Oh, they were AFK. Wow.
They were AFK.
Holy shit. I have trust issues now.
What?
Oh my god, I actually have trust issues.
Are we rushing in? Or
Hey, they've all got a defuse kit.
peeky like?
Sneaky peeky, like. Oh, 5 diffuse kit? We love to see it.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Gonna throw it as far as possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, I heard barbecue noises.
Throwing flash.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade.
At your base.
Throwing flash again. Aww.
Things
This
add.
guy's still AFK.
Really? I don't think so. Yeah,
No?
they're not AFK anymore. Oh, gunshots.
Did he have the bomb?
I'm not seeing the bomb, so it could be.
God, can you stop slipping?
This is hide and seek at this point.
I mean, if we run down the clock, we win. Tira, look at Drake. Where?
Incendiary.
I want Dragon, Evie. I want Dragon. Hi, hi, Evie.
Throwing fire.
Wow, they're so good at hiding.
Minute. Oh, he's not back here. What the hell?
He's so good at hiding. Holy shit.
It's like hide and seek now. What the shit?
Actual. Is this prop hunt? Oh shit. Ooh. I can't want to play
Are
prop
they gonna
hunt.
kick him?
I don't know.
Come on, chop chop.
Probably.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, they're griefing. They're griefing. We got to their brain though.
They left because they team killed at the start of the round.
Yeah.
Incendiary. Grenade out.
I'll throw more grenades.
Grenade out.
Oh my god, we're all just rushing in.
Might as well.
Yeah, why not, right?
Incendiary out.
AWP.
Fire.
He's here.
It's at the
Bomb.
base. Spawn. It's at the spawn with AWP. Oh, nice, got him.
Have a gun. Anyone want a gun?
Green molly him. Too easy to distract you. I'm too easy distracted. You say there's a dragon, and I'll get distracted immediately.
Oh, he gave me his M4. Oh, shiny.
Shiny?
Is that a dragon?
Whoa! I want to see.
Yeah, yeah. I'll drop it for you. Is that a dragon or something on the side of that? I'll use yours for the moment.
All right. Whoa! That looks so fucking good. It's a monster.
Right?
Oh, they're playing the game now.
Oh, are they? But they're down too. Oh, I hear him.
I'll check A.
I hear one.
I'm going to A. Nice.
Deploying flashbang.
Oh, there. Hey, last one. No, I failed the monster gun. They should be at site.
Flashbang.
Oh, got him. Nice.
Laying down smoke.
Oh wait, can you get the creature gun? I'm at the shop, the bar,
Where?
The-
Oh, I can't see.
the bar. I don't know whether it is the Monaco Ubriaco. Hey, who's shooting?
I don't know.
A yellow and blue shooting people? Damn.
Injury out.
Maybe they're bored.
Oh, careful. Fire bad. At least I was called library a long time ago. Oh, okay.
Throwing fire.
Ah, I am so sorry.
No one's checking. No one's at A. I'm gonna go look at A. I have my trusty scaled MP9. Look at that. Mmm. Beautiful gun.
Mine's Dingeon. It's got like a little demon on it.
Oh, hi. Oh, are we playing hide and seek again?
Oh no. I'm
It's
not
a-
going into their spawn this time.
Yeah, I don't wanna. Apartment. Oh,
Oh,
wow. It is at your
mine came
spawn.
out.
Hi, Finch.
What the hell is going on with their team?
I mean, I guess they're angry. Hope you're doing good, Finch. Welcome. So, library. Okay.
Go, go, go.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Incendiary.
Explosion! Fire!
There's one there.
Careful. Oh,
Woo!
I'll flush.
Flashbang.
One's hidden? Oh, nice. Good kill. We got him. Is there P90? I want to play P90.
Deploying flashbang.
Oh, there's that beast again.
Oh, me.
It took your friends.
Me. Oh my god, it's a creature. Look at that.
This little creature.
Yeah, I'm holding F and play the game the entire time.
Kinda looks like a Kaiser.
Yeah, looks so good. It's one hot-looking creature. Nice, Ree. Explosion. Oh, wow, the flash. The flash.
They rush for once.
Yeah, crazy. I'm gonna hold.
Yeah, hold.
Throwing smoke.
Oh! Well, the friend went up from behind and got rid of them.
Oh, nice. New
There
gun
might be one in
beastie.
that corner though.
Look at that. You know what? I don't even want to hold anymore. Look at that. Oh, damn. oh.
Throwing a grenade.
Such a lovely skin.
Throwing
Yeah. How much is this, I wonder?
I have no idea. At least it's called Nightmare. I gotta remember that.
Nightmare, yeah. I'm maining this gun.
I don't blame you.
right on.
Holy crap, what a wash.
Yeah, they rushed in. Almost worked to their favor.
Second half, but we only get one round. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I think our team's gonna stop messing around.
Feels like it.
Well, I am. I'm gonna buy these.
What are you buying? Whoa! This one has dragon. Look at this. Mine has dragon.
Cool.
Yeah.
Mine's stat tracking.
Boom. Were they not? Whoa, not a single person here? There's no way.
I'm setting it down here.
I'm gonna sit here then. What
Oh.
the?
I'm just gonna look at the Takan.
Oops, I think I hit one. Yep.
Nice. Tick tick. Surprise! 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 Got
Just showing me
him!
the penalty trying to come for you. That was dirty.
Surprise!
That was so dirty.
Yeah.
Oh, you ranked up on this map?
I'm silver too. Oh god. Also, I'm
'Cause we
69.
didn't lose a single round.
I'm 69. Nice. Very nice.
Nice.
Nice. I love how the emote says Brint sad, but it's Brint with a gun. That's very angry. Love that emote.
So we're looking at Nightmare, right?
Yeah. I just hope it's not over like 20. If a skin that's
Double
below 20, I could buy it.
Factory near $80.
Fuck. No. Is it M4A1?
M4A1, yeah. M4A1-5 or S, whatever that is.
The lowest price 34 ringgit.
No.
Minimal wear is 100 ringgit, 109. Factory new is 259 ringgit. 259.
The hell gun is that? I gotta see this.
Okay, I'm not inspecting game.
Why can't I inspect in game?
Yeah, I cannot do that as well. Is this gun not allowed?
But yeah, there's one called Hyper Beast for the Nova. I want to look at it.
Hyper Beast?
Yeah, Hyper Beast. It's like cool colors.
Actually, I'm gonna search for Beast. Not Beast.
Yes.
Lightbringer, hi.
There's a 5.7 version. That looks cool.
Ooh,
Yeah, I think the inspect option is broken.
somehow. 116 ringgit.
These ones are expensive.
Ooh.
What type in that?
You're looking at a pretty rare skin from a pre-old collection. Yeah, you know, if it's pre-old, I
That
guess
makes
that's
sense.
fair. But 057 also has a Hyper Beast.
Oh, I want to inspect that! I want to inspect that so badly!
Which one?
There's a shotgun one called Monster Melt, and it looks like it's got a whole bunch of monsters on it. It's a shotgun.
What? I'm searching for monster.
Yeah, Monster Melt. And there's Monster Mashup?
Oh, there's a lot of sealed graffiti.
Monster Coal? Oh, Monster Coal looks good.
Monster Core Max 7. Oh, it's only 2 ringgit? But it's Battle
It looks
Scar.
good.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute. If only I kept inspecting game.
I know. Where's my inspect button?
Yeah, I want to look at guns.
Even B, the monster for the AK, looks really good. From the angle that we get, anyway.
Oh.
Although that is literally $2,000 for me if I wanted it. That is the most expensive thing I've seen.
USPS 500. AK Monster 6,000. Oh, 6,000 is not the most expensive one. I think knife is like 8,000 ringgit plus. But yeah, that looks pretty nice.
Cool. I want to know what Monster Melt is, but it's expensive to even try it. I want to inspect.
Jesus fucking Christ, wait. There's like 1 sold, 2 sold at 5,000, 6,000. Who would buy this?
I have no idea.
Even if I have money, I wouldn't buy it. What the fuck? That is crazy. This is like almost a car. I could go.
That is a car over here.
Yeah, I could buy like a cheap Asia or Ganjiu. It's possible.
Do I have $5?
That is crazy. Crazy. Oh, it's sunny and it's raining.
What?
Not currently at where I am. The sunlight is very harsh and it's raining very heavily.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, also I'm ready. You can start whenever you
right.
want.
Stop looking at things that we can't afford.
Yeah.
I want to look at that monster gun though, that monster mash shotgun, but it won't let me.
It's like a window shopping. Red Rifle from Attorney Collection? You mean the one we saw just now? Monster or something?
Red Rifle from the Tournament Collection. Oh, Be With Monster from the Tournament Collection and stuff, okay.
Oh.
That's probably why you can't get it anymore.
Can we still look at Steam Market while we are oh, we can, nice.
Every time I look at Steam Market, I cry.
Yeah, I cry. And then
I want to be a billionaire.
I question humanity. Why did I buy something like that?
Why do they price it like that?
Yeah, like how the fuck?
God, that much money would easily keep me going for video games and DLCs for an insanely long time.
Yeah, I mean, I could pay off loans and shit. Holy fuck.
Actually, with that much money, I want to cash it in on my card and I could buy a 4080 and finally upgrade my computer after 10 years.
Yeah, I want to upgrade my PC as well if that's possible. Like, if we have the money, of course.
Oh, Italy!
I never played Italy, oh no!
It's pretty mid and close quarters.
Oh no. Oh, wait, oh yes.
Unless you go down the right path, then there's like one long look down where they can snipe.
I'm probably gonna get scolded by teammates. Because I have like zero clue on how this map layout is. Right, I need
where I'm going right now, this is the one where people came to the sniper.
Okay, let me run around. We're at terrorist. If we go down here. Oh my god, there's like rooms and shit.
Ooh!
Oh damn!
Surprise!
Oh wait, is this hostage?
Yeah, it's hostage.
Oh, there's two oh my god, we have to defend hostage? Oh no. I'm scared.
I'd rather blow him up.
You can pull him up.
Oh, he's got the punch knives? Orange has the punch knives.
Damn rich. Him? Oh, it's actually possible.
Why are we holding position?
There's one hostage here. Look at you.
Yeah, there's one hostage over here too.
They're probably gonna look at this window right here, like immediately.
On me?
You are at... Hostage is being taken.
Yes, they have the hostage.
Where's the hostage? god, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh my god!
There you go, you're at their spawn now.
Butt plug knives are literally the cheapest one. Still, it's a lot of money.
Knives.
Butt plug.
Yo.
Ayo. Love a good old butt plug.
Hear him again?
Oh, I got flashed.
Oh, you?
Got him. I was hiding. We have one AFK, I think.
Hmm. No, he's sitting in our spawn? Oh, wait.
No.
Orange disconnected. One on me? Don't know where the other one is, though. Hear him walking around. Definitely not you. Ah! He's up the hostage!
Here? Ah! Did I miss every shot? I'm terrible, I'm sorry. Oh wow,
Get
map,
right, get right! Get right! Oh, he didn't get right. You could have blocked him off.
map
Now you
knowledge
can go
is really
through the
important.
Thing and keep just going.
Oh! Flash. Oh!
That's why you don't want to go that way.
Oh, so it's a 50-50
They walk slower with the hostage,
Oh!
so you can literally just follow them.
I never really played hostage before, not to my knowledge anyway. More like 2,300, not even dollars. That's in fucking rubies?
Wait, rubies?
2,300 rubies
Chinese?
is nothing. Oh wait, no, it's... Oh, it's rubles. Oh wait, no, I thought you mentioned rupiah. Rupiah is nothing. Ruby, I don't know how much. Or ruble. Is that L or is that I?
Isn't that Russian?
Oh wait, that's L. So it's ruble.
Rubles.
Rubles.
I'm pretty sure it's Russian.
I got a gun.
Did you get given a gun?
I've been given a CT gun. You want it?
Nah.
I can try it then.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, nice.
Yo, he's got a good-looking AK gun skin.
Oh,
Is that a beast of some sort? Okay, I like orange. I need to get that up him so I can stare at it. I'm not a pervert.
ooh, wait, that does look good. Holy shit. Just looking at the guns.
Oh! Yo, it does look good. It's called Nightwish.
Oh, AWP mid, I think.
That looks so good. Why would you leave the hostage?
Oh god, I cannot see them. One is lurking in the smoke.
I think they will do that. We must walk together.
We must walk together.
I hear one. That's a decoy there, but I do hear walking.
Yeah. I hear jumping noise. Ay, what the fuck?
Wow.
Holy shit, all headshots? I think I got one tapped.
Yeah, he hasn't missed every time he's shot.
Still.
Together we can do this.
How did this rope work? Did they just rush in here?
I hear one.
Someone over there?
Go back, go back, go back.
Oh. I should pull back.
How'd they know I was there? I made no noise.
Ooh.
Fuck you.
Oh.
Yeah, they knew where I was.
Yeah.
Something's
no-
not right about green.
I had no idea Valve added Italy. Yeah, green just comes in and headshots everything.
Yeah.
The shotgunner, right?
Yep, that's him.
We must move.
Why are they team killing green? Do they know he's hacking or something?
Maybe?
Purple! He took it from me. Totally over the other flag. Yeah, another thing or whatever. You notice the moment green goes, we actually get some ground.
Checking. I'm looking at this hostage.
Oh,
Oh. Where's that? I heard footsteps. They jumped down.
yeah, in front of purple.
It's a lot of gunshots. There's a lot of gunshots.
Yes, Scott!
Yeah, I think I saw someone with a scar that like keep shooting at me but missed every shot somehow. So I guess I got lucky. What a classic map. I don't know anything about this game. It's a classic map. I didn't even know. Didn't expect it to come up from there.
What?
Oh.
See, it's purple! He's doing all the stupid stuff! our
Ooh.
purple there as well. They have the hostage, don't they?
I don't think they do. The horse is still intact. At least they know where the last one is. Oh, oh my god,
Why
it's a
would you
fucking
push?
horror game. The map pool got reduced dramatically when CS2 came out, and I think they've been re-adding them. Ooh. Oh, so when CS2 came out, a lot of map is gone. I didn't even know. No, I believe in my Mark 10. This time I'm gonna throw fire instead. Hey,
Really?
who the fuck?
Orange, what the fuck? Bloody loser.
Is this someone there? Oh, it is. I didn't know that was them. They're going through a bunch
Yeah,
of
it's
less.
purple again, getting headshots and everything.
It was
I
orange who
reported him. That's completely suspicious as hell that he's doing that.
orange shot metal griefing. Less popular maps like this one up in the visual of CS2. Ooh. The other team purple, right?
Yeah, the other team is purple. Seems to be very suspicious.
It's either they know this map from top to bottom, but to know where people are, it's kind of scary.
Even when we're just walking around and they can't hear footsteps.
Yeah.
See, Orange did it again.
Damn, why?
Moron.
Oh my god, there's 3 of them. Holy shit.
With the dick.
Yeah, they're taking the hostage that's like... Oh wait, is this the butt plug knife?
Yeah, it's the bubble knife.
Oh wow, there's double butt plug knife. You get 2 for the price of 1.
They're going into our spawn.
Or going to their spawn. Two hostages?
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
5. Oh! Nick efforts. Hi, Rec Duck Duck.
The other side, guys. The other side.
Oh, oh, saw them. Nick Oh, look at that Kobo emote. Hope you're doing good, right, Duck Duck?
I'm gonna not buy armor and watch him kill me, eh? I'm gonna sit like this for a second. Not buy
Okay.
armor and see if he see me nice me again.
No? Maybe they noticed you didn't buy armor.
Yeah, 'cause
Weird.
if I buy armor, I can survive that. If I don't, he'll
You
one-shot
won't.
me at the very beginning.
Yeah. Let me try to fire over there.
Hey, I killed purple! Holy shit!
Got him.
I'm not even at the bottom of the board and they're trying to get rid of me. Why? Yellow and orange are below me.
They're gonna go get the hostage.
Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna camp.
Hmm. Scrungling around to the max, about to snooze. Sounds good. Snooze good. Also, the first time I heard about scrungling, and I love it.
You're right, buddy.
Careful. This may not be the best game to snooze at, but I'll be have a good snooze when it comes to that. Ooh.
Where's the last? Ooh, it's a flashback. Oh,
Oh, I saw it. Oh, damn, one shot. I'm a scrunkly, scruffly troublemaker. The big bad of the campaign.
Why is that so cute?
That's normally dragons that are a big bad of the campaign.
I'm the
Wait,
Emperor.
you got MVP?
Oh my god, hairdryer. The power of hairdryer, they will never expect that. I'm gonna molly the same place over and over again.
Yeah, if I delay buying armor, he won't do it, so...
Maybe they call onto it. Ah! Oh, sorry. I almost shot you, Metal.
They got the hostage.
Whoa, where?
What the hell
Oh,
is
the
Al
other
Purple
one.
doing? He had a sniper rifle, he's trying to use a pistol.
Oh,
Dumbass.
unfortunate. Haha.
Yeah, really much.
I'm going for the big gun. PPP John.
This is what we have been working for.
Did no one check the... Look out, I got a sniper.
I'm ducking. Oh. I'm in the hostage area.
Well, Apple's their last alive. Let's see if he can do what he did before.
AFK? I don't believe that.
Nah,
I have
I don't believe
I have trust issues in this game. Only in this game. Ooh, damn.
there he is.
See, they know where I am. Yep, they do. I was working! I mean, to be fair, that place is very obvious.
Wow, see, he knew. Who knows?
Yeah.
Fucking cheater. He knew. Report purple.
Gear up.
Oh, we're gonna rescue hostage now? Oh shit.
Yeah.
How do you rescue the hostage? Do you go there and just press E?
Yeah, you go after them and like push or hold E or whatever it is, it'll tell you.
Eh?
Pretty sure it's hold E.
Let's have at it, mate.
Alright, where's this? Ooh, look, it's a marketplace. Oh,
Yeah, purple again. Cheating. As usual.
the head shoots.
Should report him.
Hi, Nick.
It's always the Australian ones that freaking cheat.
Let me. Where's the? I think the boop was wrong. Yeah. This time I'll get the boop. And then Metal gets the pet. Watch how purple kills them.
Oh my god, they actually kill purple.
Ooh.
Holy crap.
Kill them! Kill them!
No, take the hostage into the zone so we get more money, but no. Oh, it's a rescue kit now, so you rescue hostages faster.
Oh yeah, I'm buying it. I'm going to the same place
Come
again.
on, chop chop.
It's weird how they just rushed in just now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Grenade.
It's okay. I jumped.
Sorry.
No worries. Oh! Maybe the game plan is to rush to our base first.
I killed purple. Fuck you.
Yeah.
We hate that guy.
We don't like, but I love the purple color. We just don't like the purple player.
Yes, we hate the person, we like the color.
Ooh. What a head shoot with. Oh wait, there's 2 UMPs. Wow. We love UMPs.
Probably
Hell
took
yeah.
mine. Oh, hello, the lady one.
Still 50 seconds. We have a lot of time.
Yeah, they didn't take our rescue kits.
Whoa. No way.
I'm moving with a hostage.
Oh, they're coming from behind. Nice. What a shot. Oh, damn. What an ambush. That was actually good. Are those sweaters?
I'll use this.
MP9 revolver?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Alright, I'm not gonna engage with them anymore.
Escorting the hostages.
That was fast.
Good to see a teammate totally covering me.
Oh, 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 oh.
They know you're there now. Time to reload. He hears you. Oh, he hears you. He's above you. Waiting.
Yeah.
He saw the shadow.
Don't walk.
He was like, wait a minute.
Orange with the butt plug knife. Are they gonna do it? Believe in butt plug knife, even though you grieved.
Purple.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's purple. We lost.
He's camping. He's gotta be camping.
Yeah. That was really fast.
Yeah, because I already grabbed him initially.
Oh.
I think if you grab him, our team gets a 200 bonus, and then when you get him, our whole team gets a 500 bonus.
Oh, money.
So it's good to just even get to the hostage to get it.
Like 2 hostages in 1 round.
Yeah, you can do that.
It's a high risk,
have
high
to time it.
reward.
And snipe.
Head shoot from behind.
Just go!
Oh! The head shoot.
No noise. Knew exactly. Wait a minute. He's not stream sniping, is he?
I'm not too sure actually. Should I check the users?
I don't know.
I don't.
I don't have their names shown, so I don't know their
Yeah, I also don't know. Careful, there's always there.
Don't go that way. Definitely don't go that way. Flashbang.
Careful. That's the Woo! Nova. They were rushing in. Nova long range.
Suspicious.
Suspicious.
Bloody purple. Yeah, purple's the only one I'm sus about. Everyone else seems fine in my opinion.
Everyone is fine.
He's definitely not hacking. There's an wall. He's just aimbotting, so
Yeah,
it makes it less obvious.
Where am I
Why would
going?
you move while shooting that?
Where am I?
Keep going, and then right,
Oh.
and then there's a hostage.
Oh.
Grab it, grab it, grab it. Money!
Money.
CT has earned money by reaching the hostage. They're all at our spawn, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
See? Free firing. And you're gonna get knifed.
I'm holding back. It serves them right. I'll take it.
Decoy. I mean, you got 1 minute to do it.
Yeah.
Pressing purple.
I'm gonna get pre-fired here, am I?
Probably, you watch. Yeah, the moment you try to start coming out, he was shooting.
Oh, I tried.
Free firing, bitch.
Is that a nade?
Yeah, I just threw it on the ground because I could.
I'm gonna nade that place. They're always there. I'm gonna pre-nade this time. I got one! I killed purple! I'm the best.
And to the right.
It's okay, I killed purple. I'm very happy.
Why are we just camping?
I don't know if this is a good idea, but hey.
Throw a fire in there.
they're gonna shoot their own gun. It's like, oh no. Oh, yo, no fucking way it works. Oh, Free Fire Scar, we love that.
Oh, I'm clickbait.
Oh
Most
no.
valuable player.
Oh, I'm
You are
too.
valuable?
I'm a valuable Kobo? Oh my god. I'm a valuable Kobo. Yee.
Oh, he got 96, not the other way around.
Oh. That was close to being nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly feel like changing the crosshair makes me aim better.
See, because you can see it.
Yeah, I can see where the crosshair is aiming and I'm not just gunning while blind. Because I think the settings I have is like the crosshair moves with the recoil.
Mirage.
Mirage. Oh, I'm pretty bad at this map. Mirage.
Miragi.
Mirage.
Mirror Age.
Mirror age? Oh. Is the age of mirror?
Margi.
Miragi.
Charge!
I have sawn off. Blam.
Blow. Boom. Kapew. Got one.
Oh, got one. Easy. Oh, this Australians. How did they get 3 ping? How the fuck?
Must be really close to Brisbane.
Yeah, must be like
Or
the.
they are in Brisbane.
Let's go, let's go.
Because most of our servers are either Brisbane or sometimes Sydney, which is irritating.
Oh,
Really?
we can wait for a bit. Oh god. The head shoot.
I'll take that.
Think we could rotate?
Probably too late now.
Yeah.
We have to go. Why is my gun constantly spinning around? I tapped the Desert Eagle once and my gun just kept spinning.
Oh. Oh, so you just tap it?
Apparently. I just tapped it and it just kept spinning. It wouldn't stop. It was kind of distracting, to be honest.
Spin gun.
It is time now, my brothers.
It is time now, my brother.
My mother's.
Our hedge brother. Egg brother. Egg brother and sister. There's someone there?
No!
Nice.
Oh! My grenade actually hit him? Cool. Oh, we stole a gun.
Nice. Oh, sorry, I think I threw
Oh,
someone.
they have an SSG. Or whichever one you call it. Yeah.
I'm so blind, I can't see anything. Oh. Hi, hi, hi. Oh. Whoa! Holy shit, that was so good! Heck yeah, take their gun. Let them know.
That was cool.
Just
Ooh,
headshot.
this gun. Someone's got food chain. Yeah, have a look at this.
Food chain? Yo, that looks good.
Yeah.
You want it back?
No, you can have it for free.
I'll take it.
I didn't think putting that in burst light would actually do anything, to be honest. I was like, you know what? I'll try it.
It's kinda cool, to be honest.
It was goofy, but it worked.
Supermarket has one. Ah! My head!
In my face.
Oh, nice! Short. We should hide. Oh, nice! Heck yeah! Gremlin gun!
Ooh, there's an eagle.
Spin it.
What does this look like? Ooh, not bad.
Gremlin gun.
That was funny.
We love
Gremlin.
Gremlin.
The gremlin.
They cannot out Gremlin who is already a Gremlin inside.
That was a fire. I heard that.
Yeah, but that fire sounds like it's from middle.
Ooh.
Ow.
Ooh, that was a very good fire. I put it on top of him and he had to get away.
I tried to plant. One on top. Last one on top. Nice!
Any good gun? Give me that. What does this look like?
I love the hair dryer. Rush me? No. Hi Toys R Us. Hi Astro. Good Kobo. What? We have two good Kobos here.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
I believe. All Kobos are good. Definitely no
At
bias.
heart. All kobolds are good at heart.
Probably.
Yeah, they fired it this time.
Oh, they don't like when we rush like that.
Oh no.
I'm way behind.
Kobe. Ah! Ooh, ah, yeah.
Oh, got him!
Gremlin!
Gremlin gun!
Holy shit!
We love Gremlin gun. I didn't know there's metal there too, so he has two good combos. Yay!
Yeah.
Gremlin.
Yeah, we're still going the same way.
If it works, why change?
You know, if they all completely grenade spammed, we'd actually. Yeah, my bad.
I'm going in. I have the Gremlin gun. Oh my god, they have the off.
Ooh, ow, 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 ow. I bet myself.
Oh! From short, coming in.
Yeah, from where we came from,
I'm dead. Whoa! I'm planting
Ooh,
the bomb.
ooh, plant. More money. Yeah.
Heck yeah, money. I'm getting a stronger gremlin gun this time.
They're swapping. Yeah, they're swapping guns. Weird. They must know
P90?
each other.
Probably. Oh,
What the? Restricted connection?
ooh, spicy. They are having a hiccup. Ooh, footsteps from like mid to short B. Ah! Join their friend. Planting. Ooh. Oh, scout. Ace.
We will dance on your graves.
Cool.
Heck yeah, the ace. I still believe in my hairdryer.
Together we can do it.
B, B, B.
I'll go first.
Rush B, rush B. I'm rushing through the smoke. Whoa! There's so much. I got shot on the ass so hard I flew. I'm gonna clip that. One mid to B.
Yeah, my throbbing pink shotgun.
Still love that shotgun skin, by the way. The lips. Oh, wait to be. You gonna snipe them here?
Try to.
Oh, oh, oh! Got him. Shotgun.
No save for you.
Yeah. The shotgun, we love that.
That was great.
Yeah. Kablow.
Kablow, kablow.
Okay, we're gonna try
Wait,
A.
enemy disconnected.
Ooh, hiccup.
That's that's a no. Not going that way.
We're not going that way?
No.
I'll check here then. Maybe they're gonna rush in. Y'all can go B. I'm checking A, just to make sure
Yeah,
they
that was
don't rush in.
AFK.
Oh.
Smoke! Grenade! Molotov!
Yeah, green and purple seem to be together. They're very well coordinated.
I'm throwing a grenade!
No one said that.
I can't see.
Throwing smoke!
To the right.
I'm planted.
Beep, beep, beep. Man.
No? No one there? Okay. Oh! Smile for the camera!
From behind.
I do like how you get a free technical timeout if someone leaves to see if they reconnect or not.
Yeah. But then I also
I could stop
saw
using this for now.
I saw someone like abuse this and then just be like, you know, trying to stall the game for no reason.
I think you only get so many now. Or it's like one per player? Oh.
I think it's one per team. One per team, and then they always spam like timeout, timeout. I met like 1 or 2 of those, which is kind of weird. Like, it doesn't benefit them at all. P90.
I don't know if they're coming back or not.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Fire. What?
What the?
Are they having such bad connections? I have a ping of 125. Oh.
Mine now.
Mine now. I can take yours. UMP. They can use the P90. Let me look.
Mine's got skulls all over it.
Oh. Don't worry, I'm pro. I believe. Oh no. Now it's our turn to get technical time. Didn't we get 1 already?
Yep, now Terrorist has a timeout.
No.
0.01% behind in love.
Why? It's 2 minutes of no
Is it weird that green and yellow haven't moved yet either?
Kinda. They're probably looking at the phone.
Oh, green's moving.
Also, see, if they use colon close parenthesis, they are like normie. If they use this smiley face, say to team, this one is the gremlin smiley face. I mean, their blue is not coming back. Or purple, I don't know about that.
Well, their blues means they're definitely gone. I don't know about our purple though. He's such a contributor. He's got 1,000 damage.
Oh, I did nothing. Time to do squats in game.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back.
Well, it's a 4v4 now.
And yellow's AFK.
Oh yeah. Well, it's 3v4 now.
Move it, move it.
Guess we can try go mid.
Throw in a flashbang.
Green loves.
Grenade out.
Green loves B.
Fire. Grenade.
From behind?
Fall back to yellow.
Yeah.
Let him take a bullet.
Yellow's moving now.
Hi.
What?
Maybe yellow's secretly green. And every time he dies, he moves.
Oh, wait. That could be it.
Wrong button.
It's
I'm
alright.
sorry. There's so much smoke.
From top? Oh, even one AWP.
At least their whole team was here. This is where they come back.
Probably. I'll try my best. I'm using Gali AR now. I'm gonna try hard. And hopefully not die too quickly. We could try and go
I
mid.
use my PP Joe.
BBB Jong. I'll check mid.
Mine is a deck of cards on it.
No one's at mid? Oh no. Oh my god.
Did they just turn on their hacks or something? They just shot our friend through the smoke. Woo! I plant bomb.
Nice. We left bomb.
Waiting 3 more minutes before abandoning. What? Uh-oh, who this? Someone joined us.
Someone join us? Who? Yeah.
What? I see a dragon.
Oh, it's Ixon. Dragon. Oh, yellow's AFK again. Yeah, yellow could be green, I feel like. Oh. Ixon yipped and then Ixon's gone. Supermarket. AWP. Here for this AWP. Yellow doesn't know. Oh! Where's that? I didn't even know. Yeah, it looks like one supermarket and then one probably at B.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to rotate to A now because, you know, they have the shorter route. Oh! Oh!
Yeah, AWP.
AWP. Scoops both Kobo into a big pile and hoards. I guess we're being hoarded.
Remember, this is bandit country.
Do we get a bot now? Can we have a bot now? Wait, does that mean purple came back?
Wait, yeah, purple came back.
I'm buying body armor.
I'm buying it. And the smoke.
Remember, this isn't the killing house
I would do
anymore.
the sneaky.
This is real life.
Our carry's back.
Horde's purple too.
I think they're B.
Probably. A is very quiet. Nope, someone smoked A.
Well, there goes that body armor. That's useless.
Oh, holy shit.
Come on, purple.
Purple! Purple tried.
Oh, that was green.
They were trying to reload. I don't think I shot any. Oh, I did shot someone. Oh, I couldn't buy armor. If I buy armor, I have to use pistol again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy anything. Just a
Same.
grenade. That's all. Just a grenade. Just one grenade.
I'm going in naked.
Just one more. Just one more.
I go EP
Where's
skill now.
yellow going?
Have a good EP extend. Uses Kobos as pillow.
I don't think we could support that kind of weight.
Dragon gonna be gentle. Nice.
Got him.
Thank you. It's kinda hard when I only have a Hitler.
Owie! No, no, no. Bail, bail.
It's okay, I'm naked. And always gentle? I know.
Here you go, guys. One of you guys can have that.
Purple can take
I
it.
don't want that. I don't want. Yeah.
I have my gremlin gun.
Yep, I have mine.
Gremlin. I'll try to rush A top and see how it goes.
No idea.
A top, I'm going in. No one's here? No one's here? Where?
Run, 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 run. Leave, leave, leave. There's another one behind you.
They were all coming in.
Ah, you got you.
Yeah. Hi, lilac snake, right? Welcome, welcome. We have a sneak.
Oh!
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Yep. 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 Hope you're doing good, sneak.
You watch, they're gonna go B now. So I'm gonna go over there.
Move it, son.
I'll rush top again. They will never expect the same
Throwing smoke.
tactic twice.
Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Flashbang. Grenade out. Grenade.
Yeah, here one mid.
I'm at the spawn.
Woo!
Yeah, they're not going A. I'm at the spawn.
That would have scared the crap out of him. Also, his gun was pretty weird. It's got like a cyberpunk looking guy on it.
I'm just trying to go mid and see where they're going. Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry!
Where are they? On me?
I'm coming!
My shiny AK. Yeah, it was actually that my shiny AK, but whatever. I don't care for it.
Down from behind. And makes this thing.
That's it.
They are good.
That's
Holy
you.
shit. Bless. I think I shot green.
Not that? Got it? Oh, I wasn't it.
I was so scared because I was just walking around and then I suddenly saw someone immediately open fire. Oh, scared the fuck
That
out of
was
me.
great. I bet that Mag 7 would have scared the shit out of that person. That was great.
Oh.
I'm blind.
Oh. A lot of noises. I'm in the smoke. Ah. Oh. There's so many smoke. Just all smoke.
I'm not a gremlin.
Not gremlin. We're waiting to pounce.
Oop, they got the bomb over there. Let's find him.
Yeah.
Well, he's not there.
They saving? Weird. I mean, their money. Oh, 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 oh! No!
I hit him.
Yeah, you hit him on the head. They felt it.
Oh yeah, I saw their avatar, or whatever it was, sling back a bit, so I definitely hit them.
He's like, ow!
Oh,
Oh, no save for them.
I love doing that.
He's like, oh god.
They freak out with their first two shots and then they actually hit me after.
Yeah. I am slightly surprised that didn't kill though.
Oh,
Sorry, I blocked you. Let me smoke on top.
ow!
Ooh,
Yellow shot me.
bombs B. Oh, it mid.
Mid,
Sorry.
huh?
Yeah. Oh damn.
What are you doing?
My name again is Mr. Plow.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Oh, don't come and get the fuck out of me.
Well, we know where the bomb is now.
Whoa. Okay, that was actually a good shot. Damn.
Yeah, we can afford to lose a few rounds. Guess I'll just buy a pistol and a defuse kit for this one.
Smoke and explode. Smoke immediately.
Hey.
Throwing smoke.
Yeah, a lot of noises at A now. I'm still hiding. It's suddenly quiet.
Are they rotating?
Probably. I'm hiding here. I don't think they know. Yeah, they're rotating. Wow.
Yeah, the middle. One's middle.
Going in.
Ah, behind us!
Grenade out.
Oh. They almost killed you.
I have cartoons on this thing.
Throwing fire.
Oh, last one's in. Oh no! Oh. Purple, purple. Oh, purple! Purple. You're the best color, purple.
Damn it, man. Holy crap, your utility damage!
Oh hell yeah!
And grenades and
Explosion.
molotovs.
I love explosion and fire.
Holy crap.
Fire. Purple win. We love purple.
With a 100? Jesus. Wait, I was the most accurate?
Oh.
What?
Metal gaming. Whenever I see this session, I imagine two Kobos running around with oversized weapons. Pretty much.
So we're an artificer. Got it.
Like just holding guns and then we're just like shouting. Shouting our lungs out. And then just like holding a trigger non-stop. It's like, eh. Even though we're shouting our lungs out, it's probably just like a squeak or something, since we're so small.
If we find the AWP, we're going back 10 feet.
Oh yeah.
Yep, yep.
We might get knocked out from the recoil.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. Unless you're a barbarian kobold and rage first, and you might survive.
Oh yeah, you might survive.
Might survive.
Purple best color now? Heck yeah. No bias. Definitely not because I'm a purple bold.
Yeah.
Hey. Purple bold, good.
I need a new transparent image for Discord on my new avatar, but I don't know how to do it.
Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit.
Okay. Rocket jump combo with rifle.
I'm back. And Kobos can use a rifle to do rocket jumps. Oh, like a recoil jump, right? We shoot at the ground and then we fly. Oh! We can fly with an AWP. And then just fly.
Let's roll.
It's dust again.
Last second accept. Douched. MP9. I love how the name just says enemy toaster.
Alright, don't run to your death now.
Enemy toaster. Toaster.
Oh, we're an Australian server again. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. I'm having plenty fun.
We are out of here.
This might be my last match, and then I gotta figure out what I'm doing for dinner.
Oh, all good, all good.
Throwing fire.
Long time no long time no
Someone's got a revolver?
Yeah.
Sneak attack!
Sneak attack. Is it A or B?
Woo! I wasn't looking.
I shot him.
Now that I've mentioned food, I'm actually getting hungry, which is very annoying.
Oh! Hungry bear.
It's like you have noticed food now. I'm to eat. No, I'm doing things, and they're fun.
Oh, what? Orange is angry.
Right on.
They don't.
I
They
have all
don't.
that closed or muted or something.
It's okay. I can just block them so that they can shoot up.
Yeah, I have no idea how to turn all that back on.
Go, go, go.
It's alright. Once I block someone, I just cannot see them typing anymore, so it's all good. They were saying that y'all furry, and then it's all like censored words.
Jesus!
Yo, Negev! One mid.
Holy shit!
Amazing! So
it
good.
wasn't us that did it.
We have another fellow gremlin enjoyer.
You don't have to like it, you just have to do it. But I kinda like it.
But I kinda like it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're here.
They were all gremlin guns! They were all gremlin guns. No, metal! Yo!
Oh, he took the negative! He took
Wait.
the negative idea!
No, that's not Negev, that's M249. That's like 5,000.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's the accurate one. Oh!
Damn, nice.
MP5?
We love MP5.
Oh!
Yep.
He
Yo!
just straight sniped with the... Oh, me? Why did I get that? Doesn't tell me why I got that, but apparently I got that.
You good. Hi, Uncle
Probably the
Lord.
amount of grenade damage I did.
Oh, heck yeah. We love a grenade. Flan,
Eagles,
hi.
okay.
Watch out.
Man, aw,
Hostile and they don't
it-
mind using it.
but I'm trans.
Incendiary out.
Check this out, check this out, check this out.
Fire in the hole. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Incendiary out.
I'll check A short.
Here.
There, A short. Got him! But you sound like a dude? Of course I am. You got one?
His friend couldn't save his other friend.
Negev, let's go! Oh, Negev! Oh, heck yeah, Negev OP!
Holy shit!
Won't stop.
Easy, let's
Someone
go.
knows how to use it.
Yeah. No, no.
The amount of money Yellow has right now.
Yellow is just using Negev, holy shit. Negev is cheap too, Negev is like, what, 1700?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, that
They just
briefing.
team kill?
Briefing, let's go. We got to the brain. love to see it. Oh, double? We love to see it.
Their team killing each other?
I don't know if that's intentional or like accidental. It'll be funny if it's accidental, actually. How's the stream so far? Heck yeah, it's been pretty good.
A scar?
I messed up the smoke. Where'd you die?
Long, bomb long.
I'm coming.
Oh,
Yo! Where is
why are
metal
they
gun?
hitting each other? They're like, oh, we're using the furries, that's disgusting.
What, they cannot handle furry?
Probably what they're saying right now, to be honest. A lot of people hate it. And I don't know why, we're just people.
I mean, we're just normal people living normal lives. It's just a hobby or some shit, right?
It's like just a different taste, that's all it is.
Yeah, it's like people like anime.
Yeah, we don't call them otaku nerds or whatever the term. Actually, I think I did say that right. We aren't like, oh, you're this, you're that.
Oh my god, Negif is popping off! I'm right behind you.
No!
No! I was late, I'm sorry!
I'm having fun. This is a ridiculous match.
Wait,
What
where's
the
your
hell's
gun?
going on?
Where's your gun?
I don't know what's going on anymore.
I love this game sometimes. They're just jealous they can be kobolds, right? They look, I feel like those people who hate on furries is like they're so insecure
In the
that
closet about furries, yes.
it's either closet or they're just like so sad because they cannot be themselves. It's like they're being forced to not
They
be
can't be
themselves.
true to themselves, so they're gonna be angry at everyone else.
Yeah, because they cannot get what we get.
They just can't be open about it. They're like, oh, I'm gonna get hated on. And no, we don't get hated on as much as everyone thinks we do.
Yeah, it's only a few bad apples that's like very loud about it. That's about it. Being a furry rocks, heck yeah. Like, being a furry helps me with my personal life so much, you have no idea. Short. Fire barbecue. Ah!
They're stacked up on top of each other in a corner.
Okay, they are like they are together. Go Negev, go! Behind. Oh my god, yellow is actually popping off with Negev. Ah!
AWP.
Yeah, AWP.
Yeah, I think these terrorists are just messing around, to be honest.
Yeah. Misclick. Misclick, I love that. It's like AWP kills. Oops. It's M249 again. They're so rich, what the fuck?
That's a Scar. Or Thacker, or whatever.
Uh-oh.
They're mid.
Let me see if I can flank them.
Yeah, they're starting to amp up their game now.
They probably saw me.
They're like, well, we've had our fun.
Time to kill.
Look left.
Wait.
Yeah, they're all just sitting there.
Yeah, they were just like stacked. they were stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, they've had their fun.
I mean, maybe they gave us like 6 rounds so they can tie it.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. You know what? It's Negev time, baby. We now have 2 Negev enjoyers. Yeah, B.
B.
I'm rushing in.
Mid B.
Incendiary out.
A bomb drop at B.
I gave one
At mid.
short.
Grenade out.
Last two? One short anyway.
One has AWP, I feel like.
Found him!
Nice!
This is definitely my silliest match.
Gonna wish there was never more.
Nigip. I got flash at mid.
Incendiary. Grenade out.
Look at this raw defense at B.
Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Oh yeah, they're mid. I saw one, I think.
Careful. I just got back at my reading check, right? Which one? I'm not too sure. Ooh, Negev, let's go. We love that, we love that.
Fire in the hole. Flashbang.
They're checking mid.
Yep, they're mid.
Careful!
Look, teammate damage.
Last one, one at A.
That's what's long, I think. Yeah,
One at spawn, I think.
maybe. Oh, niggas everywhere.
We love Negev.
Flashbang.
Ooh.
Go orange. That timing.
What happened?
The moth flew in front of my face, scared me. See, yeah, he's on the box and no one saw.
And
I thought I
249!
saw someone on the box.
I'm gonna try AK.
Negative.
Negev. I'm so jealous, I want a Negev too. Orange rushing mid, oh my god.
Incendiary out.
Pro gamer.
A little bit, yeah.
Go Kobo team, Kobo got this. Heck yeah.
Smoke.
Oh no, yellow. Got him.
Deploying flashbang.
Nice.
Grenade out. Throwing fire. Right on, get right on.
that headshot didn't kill.
Team negative.
Team Negev, you know, I want to join the Negev gang. Heck yeah.
Come on, jump, jump.
Yeah, bro actually got jump scared. That was so fucking scary. I would be jump scared too.
Laying down smoke.
They'll never expect it the second time, I'm telling you. This time it's not dry anymore.
Grenade out.
I don't care what you're doing right now,
Ching chong,
Kobo,
ching
but you
chong,
better
ching.
eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh no.
Here.
Metal, I'm gonna speak Chinese now. I hear someone's at B, I think. Nah, they're going back. They're not coming B. They're scared. Nah, I checked that. Negative gang, I'm telling you. Sorry, 我应该讲华语。
Hey, yo, I got an assist for flashbang? Did they go short?
Fire in the hole.
Not too sure.
Throwing fire. Flashbang.
Ooh. Nah, I don't believe that for a second. 我才不相信你。Spawn? How are you doing? Got him. Good half. Negative gang.
Keep forgetting the Chinese there.
Oh yeah, 我一直忘记要讲华语。Oh, Metal is being covered by Chinese. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Here, let me...
I don't want to say it.
I think you could say it.
Nah, it's fine.
It's alright. Last B. 我们要冲
That's
B.
where I'm going.
Oh no!
Ow. To your right, top right.
What the fuck? Someone's inside the smoke trying to kill me.
They were in the box, or on the box. Purple left game, doing too much team damage. Oh my god, that's a thing apparently?
I guess so. No yipping set day. No, I'll yip for you. No set allowed. I mean, set is allowed, but I don't want people set. So I'll yip to make you happy.
Yep, yep.
Yip, 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 yip. Yip, 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 yip. Yip, 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 yip. Yip, yip.
I recognize that smell, that's chicken schnitzel.
Chicken. Oh, AWP short. Whoa. No set allowed, that makes me sad. Oh no! It's a paradox. Ooh, shotgun. Oh! I don't think they have enough time.
He did to me!
The shotgun.
I'm not mad at that.
Oh.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah. That was a really calculated shot. Oh, the yip. We love yip. Sorry, I'm not speaking Chinese. I'll refund the point. I'll repun the points for Breen.
Repun?
Yep,
I like
yep.
pun.
Like a repun. Yep. Yip.
Wonderful anime, but
All the yips? How can one be sad with all the yips? All these yips. You're happy now. I'm gonna throw a nade.
Yark! What are the odds he's on the opposite side of the door?
I'm going
Just
short.
shoot through it a few times.
Someone's already at short. What the heck?
Activating the bomb.
Beep beep.
Oh, I'm long, so if I die, someone's here. I hear him.
Short, I think? Long died one. How you doing?
I'll take that.
You can take my Mark 10. I don't want AWP.
Here you go, guys.
Refunded them both. Oh, thank you, Evie. Appreciate.
Let's go, let's go.
You got the idea.
Oh, where's the smoke?
Flashbang.
Oh! Hello! There was someone, yeah, right near it.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Fire bad. Oh,
I
damn.
headshot one from a distance, apparently? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I think Desert Eagle is lethal headshot anyway.
Woo! Oh, yeah, only headshot though. You'll survive anywhere else.
Got him. My bomb.
Yo, wait, gave me?
Activating the bomb.
Oh, this food is making me salivate. Salivate? I mean, I can't remember the word. Salivate.
Oh!
Yeah, I can't remember.
Not be killed.
Definitely my last game.
I'm gonna go get food. Food important.
Ugh. What we got?
Smoke. Molotov.
Hey, yo!
Damn.
Oh, shit!
Oh, my Mark 10 is so good.
It's Molotov.
Oh, damn.
Wow!
I
Holy
killed
shit!
2 long-range Mark 10 hairdryer
Wait, I
with a
flashed 3 enemies at once, apparently?
Oh, hell yeah.
The flash.
The Flash.
Bounty Hunter! Holy shit, you made money!
Ooh, I'm so rich. Oh, the Chinese is still on screen. Here, let me... There we go.
Oh, I'm now silver 1 on this,
I'm silver 4.
dust.
I'm scared.
Yay.
No, I don't want...
Yay. Woo.
I'm tempted to refund everything in the queue as a gift. I don't think it works when I'm 2D. I think it only works when I'm in 3D. Food time soon for metal, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the matches. I'll see you later.
Thanks for playing as well. Have good food.
Yeah, yep, yep.
Yep. The cute kobold. I think kobolds are just inherently cute. It's unfair. It's unfair how kobolds are inherently cute. Okay, there we go. I don't know, what time's now? 4. 4. Oh, Italy. Office. No. I have 2 wins on Office. Do it. It's funny. I could do it too. Wait a minute, I'm scared. Do it. Give it. It would work. Wouldn't do anything on screen, just give everyone a tons of points back. It will do like a massive a lot of trolls and a lot of like VTuber Plus thing. One of us could do it and Kobo wouldn't know. No, wouldn't know. Look, you could wait until I'm 3D, and then when you... Is it like refund everything or like finish everything? If you finish everything, VTuber Plus will go batshit insane, which is kind of nice. Last time I did it, it almost crashed my PC. Yeah, 2000 plus. Reaching out in the queue, let's do. No. Yeah, when in 3D. I guess when in 3D, yeah. The redeems are like, it happens immediately, so I didn't really like. You shouldn't try to trigger any requests, it will just either mark them as complete or refund the points. It should just do that, yeah, but like... It was like a thing when we like refund everything or like complete everything. And then VTuber Plus would just like do everything again. So it would make like... It would like be very intensive for the PC, which is very funny as well. Yeah. I think I did it twice. And I guess the third time is gonna be like tomorrow, I guess, since tomorrow I'll be doing a bit of a fundraising art thing. I'll play these 3 maps. The well-known maps. I'm not really playing other maps. Because I'm scared. Oh, I just saw the clip. Thanks for the clip, Sorrow. Endurance first ace. That's my first ace in the entire game. Oh my god. With the MP9 too. Yeah, honestly, today I changed the crosshair to be a lot more obvious, but not too... Yeah, I changed it to like this, and I can aim quite well. Which is like... I don't know, it feels kinda nice. I like it. How many mix have we listened? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is a 5th one. I still love this. Like, these are this is the channel that Evie recommended, and I've been enjoying it so much. Like, there's so many mixes here that we can listen. It's like, whoo. Look at that. So many, and each of them is like, what? At least 30 minutes. And all of them is like, not repeated music. Like, how crazy is that? Very crazy, is what I would say, right? Oh, my package is here. OK， 你放那边先咯，等下我拿。My package is here. It's so good. Yeah, it's super good. Really appreciate that you told me about it. Now I can listen to it when I do stuff. I forgot when I put my scissors. Kobo needs her scissors. Oh shit. Banana. I listen to it even when not streaming, the music's just perfect and chill. True. Yeah, whenever I try to edit videos, in fact I started editing videos. And like simple edits, right? Like cut off the downtime, like waiting for a match to happen, especially for Tekken. Right? cut down those and then just like a tiny edits. And then when I'm editing, I just like listen to this one. It's great. It's honestly great. It's someone that I blocked. Oh boy. No way. It's someone that I blocked. Wagon. Where's Wagon? Wagon. They should recognize this if they have like the thing on. We must win. Plus B.
We will later regret this day.
The rushing B? Heck yeah, I can respect that. We love I love banana. Oh shit, that was obvious. And it's a B for bomb. B for bomb. Okay, I'll not rush anymore. Oh hey, look, we have both similar crosshair. Wow. That's their crosshair, not mine. Ooh. It's probably at their base, I feel like. Yeah. Oh. Do purple have enough time for that? I don't know. They should just plant it here, honestly.
Too many of them for me. I'm being overrun.
Purple.
I planted the bomb.
Beep, beep.
Need backup. Bomb has been planted.
Beep, back up. I love how these two people's crosshair is both purple. No! Nice!
We cannot be killed.
Oh man, I just had a dream that severely pissed me the hell off. No! I'm not gonna ask what it is. Yeah, that was an awkward fight. I love that. Oh yeah. The suggest Finch will be cleared. I should probably write it out in a note then. One. Ow. The shotgun, ow. Ta. We love PPP jump. The jump, we love that. It was like a comedy of errors where my family did everything they possibly could to sabotage my efforts when I pointed it out, and they just didn't take accountability. Really, that's symbolic of my relationship with them. Yeah, that's very sad, honestly. Oh, holy! Holy, they are good. Did I do any damage actually? I did. Nice. Watch them go. Why are you griefing? Oh my god, there's two of them. Oh, you prefer this gun than AK? Wow. I mean, I prefer my hairdryer any day. The hairdryer is good. Guess we could try A once, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, well, they saw them. The best part of the hairdryer is you can take a bath with it if your team sucks. Heck yeah. Oh hell yeah. That's me. that feels like how I play. Oh damn, what a shot. That was so sad. That could... feels like that's how I play, honestly. Oh fuck, that was good. Oh my god. That was a beautiful display. I'm glad that wasn't me though. Ah, you're trying to throw a bomb? Woohoo! Oh. Lazy. I'm gonna pick up Atlas. I'm gonna early and I'm gonna play a bit. I saw a gameplay of the game and it looks absolutely amazing. There's like 2 games I want to try. Nimrod, the gun making simulator, and also Atlas. Kill! Nice. Atlas looks fun. It's like a MMO kind of game. Is it MMO? You know, you like do a lot of skills and just kill monsters, right? Oh hell yeah, PPP John gang, hell yeah. Wow. Ooh, I don't need to do anything. The combat is kinda Souls inspired, I hear. Honestly, I have no idea. Very action RPG and the music is bop. It's always a plus when the music is bop, oh my god. Heck yeah. Let's go. Ooh. They got 1 lead. What the fucking way? No fucking way, oh my god, my heart's pounding. What the fuck? Oh my god, I need to breathe, I need to breathe. Kencing kah lurus di Cina? Apa saya tak boleh bagus ini mainan? Fuck. Oh, fair. Oh, 2 A's in 1 day. I'm gonna cry. Only downhill from now? Probably. Nah, I don't care if it's downhill for now. That was like the peak of my moment. I'm clipping that whole round. Fuck yeah.
I'm throwing fire.
I didn't expect to calm down like that, though, to be honest.
Throwing smoke. Bomb has been planted.
The bomb.
Throwing fire.
A double P. I love the PPP John. Ooh, what a shot! Nice. Someone in apartment, I hear.
Disguised spot.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Run, little girl.
And there's the rush. Yeah. Maybe I can play with rifle. I'm just scared all the time. Oh, bombs going here. I should follow them.
I'm throwing a grenade.
I mean, 3 to create distractions, 2 to go plant. I think it's a good idea.
Darn.
Oh, someone got barbecued.
Smoke.
Oi! Oh, that scared me. Second ace of the night. Oh, thank you, Brian. I appreciate someone can post it in the Discord. I don't know if it's right now. I can do it, I can do it. Thanks for clipping that. That must have been a good shot. I didn't see it. I did it. Come on, you got this. Yeah, the bomb is dropped at like a very unfortunate place. You did it. I did it. I did the thing. I posted the clip by Brian. Does green need a gun? No? Ah, I pressed wrong button. You would think that just now that ace and then...
Throwing fire.
that looks sus.
Throwing smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. Molotov.
Got him.
I fear no man.
That was a nasty shot. I'm really on fire today. Scoops up bread into pie with cobots with horns?
Now is the time.
They call me what? No. No, no one's calling you. Or?
Throwing fire. Grenade.
We lost the bomb.
I'm throwing a grenade. Smoke. Smoke. Grenade out.
Oh my god. Onion cheese lace wives rule. I don't get it. A horde? A horde! I'll allow that, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Horde! Today I keep missing you, Sage. 2 AWP, 1 AK. Ooh, that was nasty. Ooh.
You'll cry like this before you die.
AK. Colors all the creatures holding close and snoozing. Nice.
Let's go, my brother.
Oh yeah, you were supposed to eat. You were supposed to eat, dragon.
Grenade. Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Smoke. Molotov. I'm throwing a flashbang.
That was so bad, that was so bad. Ah! I cannot do it anymore.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
AK is too jumpy. It's too hot. I'm trying, but the laundry is taking forever. Oh no. Yeah, I also hate it when laundry is taking like forever.
We are the best. Let's give it to them, boys.
At AWP? One nade at banana.
Let's show them who we are.
One nade at banana.
I wish they were never born. Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
4B?
Throwing fire.
We have to rush in. Oh no. Oh! I don't think I ever seen a grenade kill anyone before. Oh, it happens a lot on stream. It's fun when you see them fly away.
Let's show them who we are.
Early flash? Are they like...
Grenade. Grenade out.
Oh damn, that was wild.
Laying down smoke.
The taser? Oh, I'm afraid this might be a reverse sweep. I'm not good at defending, I'm good at rushing in. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's tough. That headshot is crazy. I mean, I did that a few times, so I'm not gonna say much. I should try to properly defend. Zero money.
What on? Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Smoke. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Right on.
There's no fucking way. That was so stupid. How the fuck? I just jumped and they fucking headshot.
Not going in.
Maybe MP9 I supposed to jump. Maybe I'm supposed to jump with MP9.
Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Throwing fire.
Ooh, someone's rushing in. Yeah, B looks good. I'll go A. Ooh.
Terrorists, we
Ooh.
ain't on. Job well done there, son.
Good shit. Hey, I'm not the worst. The ace of aces. That ace was insane. I think the situation of that round was everyone died except for me, and then I killed everyone. Because I mean honestly I have like 1.5 minutes to do everything, so I wasn't panicking as much. But I was still panicking. My heart was pounding that round. I want to watch that round again. I want to download that match. This one, right? Yeah, Inferno. I'm downloading that one and we're gonna watch that round again. let me stroke my ego a little bit. Oh man, that was really fucking good. I never thought like stroke. Stroke. I don't know what to say. It's honestly just changing the crosshair helps so much. I love that babbies. Oh my god. I cannot thank number enough for it. I mean this kinda does this work? The babbers plus tail. So this what's this? A little bit. It kind of works. It kind of works. It's like tail at the back, you know. It's kind of chibi. You know, it kind of works. It's not perfect, but at first glance, it's almost like I'm bending my body half forward a little bit. Oh, that Celeste peak is PEAK. That PEEK is PEAK. Right. Wordplay. I'm clever. Oh shit. Wait, why don't I just watch the clip? Oh, okay. Now you finish. I'm sorry. Watch. That was the terrorist round, right? Where is it? Me. There, that's me. This one. Whoa. This is the round. I was so scared too. my hands were shaking. Yeah, they all died here, right? Yeah, they all died here, and then none of them died. I killed 5. And then I did a lot of like messed up shot here. And I sort of suspect someone's gonna come from behind. And then I was right. I was hiding here and I didn't expect it. And thank god they're low too because I messed up my shot here. See? They were low. So more reload showing telling them where I am. I'm just taking my sweet time here, honestly. And then the last one, they were just like camping at their camp, and then I won. I cannot believe it. I was at 55 health. All the shot hit that round. All the shot hit. Damn. What an ace. I'm so surprised. I thought I was gonna die there because I had no cover and stuff. Nice pose, look at that. Heck yeah. That's me right now. Oh man. What's good game sense to turn around? I'm surprised too. Like, everything suddenly hits me. It's like, I should probably check back. I should probably check back, and then it's like, ooh. Oh man, I was still shaking. Oh wait, 2 A's from the same map? Maybe I'm good at Inferno. I got 2 A's there. Both aces from Inferno. Or Banan as I call them. Hi, Brick Animation Gaming. Look at that plush. Maybe in the far future I could like make a Tira plush. I would love a Tira plush. Can you call me Brick for short? Brick, alright. I love bricks. They have like good crunch. They have good texture. Oh. You would buy? I would buy too. But I don't know how the procedure goes and how much it's gonna cost. I mean, mainly cost. Because now I don't really have any like money to spare. Oh. Ding? Okay. Ding. Oh.
Let's roll.
Ooh. Hey yo, hey, heck yeah. In public? Diamond? Oh. 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 AW put.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
They're gonna rush me. Check this. They're gonna rush Banan. Very quiet. That patient from a first handgun round? Holy shit. Oh, damn, that was some good shot. Hi, Sola. Non-football? Oh god. Nice. I don't think I shot them anywhere. I don't think I shot them even once. Okay, these guys are cracked. Hope you're doing good, Solar. I got 2 aces today, Solar. Yeah, I didn't even touch them. Ah.
Incendiary out.
Oh. I'm rushing from B. Oh! Ah! Ah! I guess they don't really like B. That was a good attempt. Heck yeah. That was a good attempt. Hi, Vori. Welcome, Vori. Are you just looking outside? At mid? Think I should peek. God, I always got it wrong. They have the gamer sense. No, I'm bad. No. Oh damn. They are all like headshots.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I think they're gonna rush B this time. Yep. Oh, the yep. Up. AWP. Call. Oh! Sure expected that. Why am I rushing? I shouldn't be rushing. I should be defending.
Throwing smoke.
Oh, nice yellow color.
Throwing fire.
Oh, you're gonna aim higher than that. There's been a murder. I know, right? I know this joke. Oh, wordplay, more like. A group of crows are called a murder. Right. Oh, footsteps from this phone. I don't think they're really saving. I feel like Orange is gonna get knifed from the back. Or not. They don't even have time. Don't go, don't die. They don't even have time. Oh, 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 that was so fucking intense. I think a group of kobolds should be called a treasure. Oh, wait, that's perfect. A group of kobolds are called called a treasure. I love that.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves.
Everything that moves.
Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Laying down smoke.
Ah, they stopped, they stopped. I thought they were gonna keep running. I want to be in a treasure of kobolds. Oh. Speaking that neuron activation actually makes me happy. A treasure of kobolds. A yippening. What are you looking at? Oh, that was wild shot. That table slam. Dude, why is that funny? The table slam immediate headshot. Oh fuck.
Let's give it to the boys.
Table slam. And then headshot.
Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang.
Don't we just need to hold our sight? I didn't even see that. That jump might have shown where I was. Because I raised my altitude. Scientific talk. Oh my god.
Move it, son. Smoke. Grenade out.
Did it bounce back? Or did I do it?
Grenade. Incendiary. Throwing flashbang.
Oh.
Throwing fire. Smoke.
I want the kill. I'm stealing the kill. That was such a bad play on my end. I want to kill too. That was so greedy. I almost like sabotaged my team. I saw someone propose a cabal of kobolds, which just sounds nice. Saving your mate meetings? Probably. I still hear them. Should have jumped. Less stealing the kill and more saving your mate. Uh-oh, green couldn't take it anymore. Why so late?
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like?
Not the chimkin. I didn't see the bomb. I was late.
Throwing flashbang.
Oh. Still Archipelago, but I want to stop by and say hello. Oh, have fun with Archipelago, Nexus. Thanks for the boop and pet. I don't know if they saw my aggressive head shake. Like, have big fun, Nexus. Always appreciate a boop and pet. This time. Ayo! Ayo! Bomb didn't show up yet, right? I'm gonna go from Banan. That scared the fuck out of me! I didn't expect that. Oh, nice. Wow. Oh, damn, headshots? 73 health. You got this, I believe. Aka. Oh, what an eye! I didn't even see that. Pick the for the next seat. Gonna scoot for now. Take it here. Take it. Thanks for hanging around, Furry. Have a great day.
Let's have it, lads. Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Smoke. Grenade. Grenade.
Wow. I don't know where to go actually.
Laying down smoke. Flashbang.
I mean, I guess I should just hold B. If the bomb shows up, I go there immediately then. That sounds like negative question mark?
Grenade out.
Here comes the flank. I'm going for the big gun, P90.
Let's go. Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Oh, my bad habit! It happened again! My bad habit! No! Oh, bad habit! Oh, that was so bad! That was so bad! I 50 bullets! I don't need to R every time I got a kill! Gonna drop a big bullet. Oh my god. No. I'm way too cute and adorable. I'm gonna cry. Oh, oh, oh. Ambush, ambush. I like it. Oh, P. Oh, 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 oh. Damn.
Champion.
Your champion. Damn, green is popping off with P90. But Evie is also way too cute and adorable.
It's time now, my brother.
It is time now, my brothers.
We kill them, and then we go home.
That was right underneath me. I should have checked longer. We got flanked. That was washed. What the fuck? Double what the fuck?
We kill them all.
No! I didn't expect them to come here that quickly. So true, cutie bone. Rush B. Yeah. Oh, should have expected that, honestly. Whoa. But your P90 is so strong. Oh, go. Unfortunate timing.
Let's go, my brother. I've planted the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Ah, son of! I cannot. I really cannot use shotgun.
Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout.
I wanted to be like metal. Maybe I should just use PPP John instead. You know, I need to believe in my hairdryer.
Together we can do this.
I haven't seen the bomb yet. No! No! Should have waited. Oh!
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Sight eagle? Ooh. Oh. No time, we should plant. Yeah. Orange using AWP. Too late. I love how every round we lost, there will always be like one "what the fuck" in the chat.
We must work together.
We must work together. Oh my god. Triple AWP. Unheard of. Crazy.
Smoke! Throw in the flashbang!
Smoky? Let's wait for the smoke for a bit. Oh fuck, I cannot get out. Nope. Am I out? Got him!
They're on the real man!
You doing more after this match? On last match? I think I'll do a few more. Yeah. I love the crouch. The crouch is a thank you. It's so funny.
Grenade!
Your footsteps just now. Where are they?
Smoke! I'm throwing a grenade!
I shouldn't spam too much. Nice. No. They fighting the bomb? Nice. Hi, Tiger. Nice ace. Fuck yeah. Who gave Kobo the gun? No, it's not no. It's yeah. Gun good. Welcome. Hope you're doing good.
I'm throwing fire! Grenade out!
Relentless. Doing well, just finished hosting another nice and nice cozy movie night. How's stream going? Stream is going pretty well. I'm doing well. That hurt. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, I tried. Oh my god, I'm the MVP again! I'm so good! P90, man, you're gonna love P90. Go P. Go. Lamau. Okay. You know, they might do the reverse psychology, I don't know. Noms Tiger. Yep, they're opening fire. No. Oh, from behind. Oh, nice. I'm a big snake. Yeah, I'm feeling SMG today. In that case, feeling subby Reen? Okay, you know what? I mean, I make a subby. I don't think that's surprising. Brecky? And these two saw what? Hi Brecky. Oh, the boopin' pad. Thank you, Brecky. How's Brecky doing? Yeah, we should just all rush one place once. Oh no, Negip! Negip! They're gonna tie it. They're gonna tie it. Oh, look at the emo! That looks like a winged kobold. Oh.
Wow.
You don't. What? Oh, hi, Sola. Yeah, GG, you know, that was fun. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good.
Wow.
What? Highest skill reward earning. Taken.
Oh.
Taken. Guy, I love that collab emote so much.
There we go.
Hmm?
Can actually hear you now. Discord moment.
Nice.
Yes. We go shooty. Yes.
I would join Taken.
Okay.
I joined Taken. Let me change my ping tolerance.
Okay.
Done.
Alright. What maps do you like again?
I like Dust, Inferno, Mirage, maybe a little bit of Nuke and Vertigo.
Okay.
Oh, you got it. Oh. I have to do nerd things, uni work, but I shall lurk. Okay. Good luck with uni work and have a good lurk, Brecky. Brecky small.
Brecky small and cute.
Brecky small and cute. Is Brecky a small dragon?
Don't know. Brecky small and cute though.
Yeah.
Let's roll.
What size is Solar?
Depends.
Big dragon?
Sometimes big dragon.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
100.
It's changed size.
Oh, how we're both having 100 plus ping.
Oh. That's sus.
That's sus.
This is an Aussie server, by the way.
Oh. That is sus. Aren't you around there? Why you knife someone?
I just ran all the way around and knifed him off this. So silly.
What? Did you knife Blue?
Yes.
They're so angry. Not to meet you.
No, that is funny. That is funny, not angry.
Oh, that is fun. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Culture, right?
Yes,
I think.
that's funny.
Okay. Good. Having fun is the most important thing. I still believe that. Ooh. Let me know.
Actually did damage. It's alright. Green got us.
Oh my god.
Okay, well I did enough for an assist at least. Hashtag it's something.
I have money. I'm gonna get my hair dryer.
dryer.
Yeah,
I'll
hair
say you
dryer.
buy them.
I love hair dryer. What do you call it? Mark 10, I think.
Mac 10.
Yeah, the MAC 10. I love the gun. It's good. I can long range kill with this gun.
I throw the flashback.
We've got decent A control.
Wow.
Oh god, one more.
I got you. Woo! Oh, it's a desert eagle. I underestimated that. Ichidiku. Jump shoot. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Oh, Dragon MVP. Oh my god. A Dragon's gonna carry a couple.
Dragon's gonna carry Kobo? I don't think so. I think it's the other way around.
No, I'm small.
You are small.
I have
It's true.
I
You are very
have
small and pit.
a strength of 2. Not 1, but 2.
Oh. This is true. You are very small and pitiful.
Yeah, I'm very small.
Pit, 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 pit. Pit, pit, pit.
Oh my god.
Oh good, orange back.
Oh yeah. Must have been a hiccup.
Together we can do this. I throw the flashback.
Smoke.
Oh god.
Oh wow, A long. They're so good.
Ugh, I'm pretty sure that was my fault.
I was so slow on that.
Fuck.
I wanted to shoot, but that person was in front of me, so I was like, I shouldn't open fire. Ooh, that was a good reaction. Uh oh.
Did they just leave B?
Activating the bomb.
Oh. This one is experienced shotgunner. What were they just? Oh, good try. Good try, good try. Oh no! Yeah, that was tough. That was tough.
It was a good trap, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, 3-on-1, it's
And
difficult.
orange.
I did it.
Yeah.
I did a 1-on-5 though.
Yeah. We fucked up at A long. We both peaked at the same time, so I think I blocked. Who was it? I think it was Blue with me.
It's alright, they only got 1 round. Move, I have kid. Hi, Zorain.
Let's go, let's go.
I follow Blacken. See someone peeking
Back
At-
side.
over there.
Ooh.
Oh, they're playing Deagle?
Oh Jesus, where the fuck is that even from?
Ooh. Ah! Yeah, I think. Oh! Nice!
I feel low, man.
I I think I distracted them a little bit at B. Were you guys planting at A just now?
Yeah, because
Oh.
they got to pick A long, and then I got A short.
I was distracting the scout at B. It's like I headshot them once, they didn't die.
Now, does Orange realize they have bomb?
Probably not.
Science currently going to know.
Considering what grenade is in French, my headcanon is that they are trying to warn people about pomegranates. Pomegranates? Isn't it like a fruit?
Alright, there's 2 A long.
Oh. A-long is not coming up. I'm gonna try to breach A-long actually.
There's 2.
Let me try. They might get distracted. Or not. Wow, that was so good. One shot deagle. They were distracted for about half a second, true. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Let me try this one. Oh. I'll try A short. Oh wait, you guys are all going B. I'm following you guys. One grenade to scare them a little bit. Are you at B? Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Where is it?
Probably coming tunnels right now. Tunnels.
Wait. Someone's here.
There'll be at least one up there. Probably 2. Check to the left, check left. Is he on site? No, blue got him.
I'm not gonna peek. They're saving.
Looks like it, yeah. Probably have more.
My gun.
What am I feeling? Let's see.
Okay. I have the bomb.
You do have bomb.
I have explode.
Kobo has the boom booms.
I will boom boom. Oh, mid died. I feel like someone could come from our spawn. Did I miss every shot just now? They saw the bomb. We're taking.
No.
Oh. I dodged the bomb, but I couldn't dodge the bullet. Oh, they keep throwing me the bomb.
No more talking. Now we fight.
Wow, this. Just merciful. Can I actually put them all in the right place?
I throw the flashback.
Oh,
Sniper mid. Mid tunnel, I feel.
wait, is it? No, it was just the one.
Oh, that didn't kill. No. Yeah, this one is tough. This one is tough. None of them died. Oh, Kobe. Oh, from behind.
Wow, that guy fucking crushed.
Yes, I believe in my PP Bijong. It's the Gremlin gun.
We must work together.
I'll try to distract A.
Yeah, 'cause they'll be going fast up there.
I'm planning to throw the flashback.
Wait, where did the bomb?
It's 1B.
Oh,
I'm throwing a grenade.
looks like they could be in our spawn. Yep, A short, A short. Got him.
Nice.
PP Bijong.
Ah, wow, wow.
Let us go. Flashback.
Oh. Orange is rich. Flashbang.
Throwing the flashback. I'm throwing the flashback. Molotov. Molotov.
God, that was a huge overthrow.
Throwing the flashback.
No one's coming from A long.
Grenade out.
Oh god, where the fuck did that grenade even go? Oh.
Sorry. I didn't mean to throw at you. Oh. Solid MVP.
Oh,
Toiken. I love this smoke. Ooh, scout middle?
well then. Jesus Christ. Oh fuck it, we're gonna have to play this fast.
Whoa, how many shots was that? There were blood splattered all around and they didn't die? Dang, that was unfortunate. To be fair, my gun is not that strong. I'll go B. One.
Oh, I think we've got A.
You guys got A?
Maybe not. Where's that? Oh.
I planted at B. Coming in from behind.
Oh, look at Tilburger. You.
Oh,
We are out of here.
I was about to get there, but
I'm gonna go B.
I'm gonna go A long.
Gear up. We're going in. Throwing fire.
Oh Jesus, what the fuck was that throw? Nothing B yet.
Nothing at A long for now. Two at A long just now. Oh, wait, I wasn't paying attention. Bombs at A long. The inside the door. Ooh. Oh no. Oh. Yeah, that was hard. That was
I did not
hard.
expect them to still be in pit.
I thought one already rushed to the side. I guess I heard wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go A long again.
Move it, move it. Throwing fire.
I'll throw one very deep.
Grenade.
Oh! I messed up the bomb. Ooh. Short, short, short,
Jesus, that guy just fucking 180 me.
short. I was peeking and then I saw someone holding a flashbang and then they threw in front of me and I looked at it and it exploded on my face. Ooh. Oh, oh. Ooh. Shotgun? That's...
Oh, I was really hoping you got 2 there. That was great
Yeah.
though.
What a
It was
gun
really
off.
good job.
I hope they're not gonna think that's condescending, right?
They're gonna wish they were never born.
Probably not.
Whoa. Feels like they really like short.
How the fuck?
Careful, I'm right behind you.
Yeah, there's one mid.
Oh. Long bomb?
I'll trade you. Ah,
No.
last is A long. Probably in pit, probably in pit.
Incendiary.
Oh,
Unlucky.
fair enough. I shouldn't have jumped there. I wanted to jump up and then try to defuse because I had the kit.
We're on. Grenade.
Short.
I'm looking at short.
Incendiary out.
One inside corner. One outside door. AWP. Ah,
Fuck. No.
sorry, I was late.
I thought there was one less.
I couldn't kill them.
No. I'm sorry.
No, I also didn't kill them. My MP9 could have been better.
You only got 4 kills, 3 kills there. So sad.
Oh, only one going B?
I just thought there was one less overall that we had to get.
Eh.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
There's at least one A long.
I'm going through B tunnel.
It might be moving to short.
Nice too.
King Sweat.
That was a nasty headshot just then.
Let's go. Throwing a grenade.
I'm hiding at A long.
Yeah, it's B.
Okay. Oh, nice. What happened?
Oh, the last kill, he just stood on top of them and spammed USP downwards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I think the guy just like jammed himself in the corner by accident or something.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Oh, one short.
Blue's still watching short, I think.
Grenade.
Oh, one long. Whoa. This guy just rushed in.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad spot. Wow.
Yeah.
Come on,
It was a
come
bad
on,
spot
jump,
from me with an orb. A better player probably could have done more.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out.
Oh, orange rushed in B and there's no one.
Oh, there's at least one at long. There's no longer at least one long.
I saw someone at short. AWP.
Still absolutely could be some. Oh, there's still at least one person back.
Bomb set short.
has to be one bedroom too. Oh, nice. Oh, last is long. Oh.
Oh.
Oh god, there were 3 left. Fuck.
I saw one jump down and I wanted to like jump at them. I tried.
Let's have at it, mates. Throwing smoke.
Yeah, they never go A long. I got flushed once.
Grenade out.
It is not B. That's sus as fuck.
Which
And
one?
that guy's got some really sus shots too. That's very sus.
Lucky. Bomb set short. Oh damn.
Yeah, I do not think that guy's legit.
Throwing fire.
Oh, that was not one.
Yeah, I'm dropping a report there.
No, I couldn't stop them.
It's 1v1.
Oh, oh, oh. What the fuck?
How the fuck did that land?
I don't know. If the game says, if the game says so, we don't question it.
I'm sorry, that crosshair was nowhere near.
Are you right on?
Pure,
Sir?
pure skill. We take those. Actually, I'm gonna try a different gun. They don't like to rush A long. I'll try to use a different spot to defend A long.
Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Oh, damn! Couldn't kill them. I tried. 1 A long AWP. Oh.
Fucking hell. Oh, that's bomb down, sure. Oh.
Did the bomb went down?
Briefly, at least.
The pre-fire.
Yeah. It was a
Damn.
and big shot.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't think orange is legit though.
Who? Sorry.
They're enemy orange. They've just got some really sus shots.
Felt some sassy shots.
Yeah.
Move it, move it.
I got flash A long.
There was some of the flashes that wasn't mine.
Grenade.
Oh. Bomb spotted.
Okay.
Three of them.
Whoa! I didn't even think. I thought that was my teammate shooting. I was like, what? Why are they shooting? But no, someone's. Shotgun do be like that sometimes. Oh. So the shotgun shot me 3 rounds. Like, I didn't even. I didn't even like suspect that it's from an enemy.
Cool.
Yeah, that was a good headshot. We love it when the shotgun headshots. Kapow, and then die. Mm. No. Looks like they might go for, yeah, they might go for A long. What? Now I don't know why that last shot missed.
Yeah, it's because he was moving.
Don't use up! Wow.
It's a bad play by them. Orange.
I don't think that works. I tried that. The fucking scared the fuck out of me.
That's unfortunate. I think
Yeah.
if they'd gone on with the pistol, they might have got it.
GG, that was pretty fun. Most burn damage.
You said I was gonna carry you, SMH.
Nah, you still carry. Look at the fire damage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
like a dragon should burn
Wait,
people
why did I
down.
rank up on that? The fuck?
Because you're that good.
Concern.
Concern. Oh, I'm gonna go open up the
Stares
lights.
and concern.
I can play one more. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I think we can queue still.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway. I got it.
You got it. Very good. Whack whack.
Let's roll.
More Dust 2 action. I think this could be my last one.
Okay. No problem.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
We killed them all. Oh, I got good ping. This should be around Southeast Asia.
Yeah, this is Singapore,
Oh,
I think. I think is what it did.
you're 800 ping. I'm sorry.
We will make them regret this day.
Ah, it's barely less than I was before.
Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade out.
Oh, good. I'm sorry, yellow. Did they just knock a beard ball?
I guess they got distracted.
Planted. Bomb has been planted.
Nice. Oh. The triple ping so fast.
He wants us to go A. Crops. Yep.
Where? Where at A site?
No good.
I got flash from my teammate. Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck?
Plant B, yeah.
Oh. Did someone just empty their magazine and couldn't kill me? I didn't even realize.
Fuck's last.
We are going to win.
Terrorists win.
Not in T-spawn.
Doesn't look like it. Sounds like they're like a long A pit. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea where they went.
I believe in PPP
God,
John.
you did so much damage that round without getting a kill.
Oh my god, you're right. I mean, I was shooting quite a lot. I don't know if I hit anyone, but I did. Heck yeah.
Ah. Sharp green.
Oh, I had a feeling someone from behind. Oh, the jump
If I
in.
had hit that, that would have been fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
Why they do it? Oh, oh, oh.
Oh,
Oh, oh, oh. They're defusing. Oh. Zit, zit, zit.
Counter-terrorists win.
why are they mad?
I don't know.
Why do you have to be mad?
I mean, if it's Singaporean, I'm not surprised, honestly. They're really afraid of losing. But not all, of course, but... it's sad to say most.
There's me.
Oh, it's green.
We have not cleared B at all, but
Yeah. I should go out with you.
window.
The window? Oh no!
Fuck, I got Kobe.
I'm
Nice. Last short, I think.
Oh!
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Unfortunate. The rifle more pain. I still believe in my hair dryer. Oh, what? What the? Why are they grieving? Oh,
The fuck?
what happened?
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna use my grenade, we won. Why would you want me to use my grenade? I would never. I believe in Breen. I'm checking mid. Someone said short. I'm distracting them. AW เพื่อ one mid, one short. Ooh.
I don't know. Use it.
Nice. Gonna try Gali A.
Shit, like everyone's here.
Oh, mid rush. Oh,
Jeez.
that's all from A. No. Bomb dropped at A. What do you mean, go B?
That is not good.
I guess we can both go out at the same time and try to like take them by surprise.
Goose. Orb. And last one, goose with orb.
Got
He had
him.
pistol out. He was never gonna win that with pistol. Oh my god.
Nah, I don't want
I don't
AWP.
know why he had pistol out.
Maybe they thought I was trying to go from A long since I have 42 seconds. But then again, they should
Yeah,
use that.
look,
Oh yeah, wait.
but like you just killed 2 people from there as the thing. Like,
I don't know. I have several questions that will never get answered. My only sabotage is trying to get here to get Atlas. I heard about the game and the game looks really cool. But I don't have the money to buy it. Like, I'm currently broke. And I need to save up for the convention that's happening 2 weeks after.
how the fuck did I just get like full ordered by a deagle?
Where
Tried a ping drone
did you...
thing. That was just a mid. Alright, I'm feeding my cat.
Okay.
Throwing fire. Throwing a flashbang.
Aww. That was a bad try. Oh, now I'm gonna die. Oh! That was unfortunate. No one died.
Really? No, they got one person.
Yeah. Pink side B. Wow. Side B. I'm going for my hair dryer.
Now is the time.
Alright, yellow's doing alert.
The guy's out. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Oh, bomb dropped.
Activating the bomb.
Someone needs to go keep an eye on tunnels.
Grenade out.
I can do it.
Flashbang. Grenade. Think it's not summer. No. Terrorists win.
MVP. I like bomb.
Very good.
Hey. Bomb good.
Fuck, Leo.
Let's go. Whoa! Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Damn. A long might be a little bit too difficult. They're too good at defending A long.
Flashbang. Flashbang.
Oh shit! Oh. The back and forth. Pro Tiara using smoke lineups? I only
How
know.
he's like more accurate than I am while doing that.
Oh, did you not see that, Yellow? The mid. No way! Oh! Oh! Someone's coming. Oh. Yeah, this one is also really tough.
Dude, how is that guy? Jesus.
Oh my god, Yellow, that's fucked up.
Yellow's so mad.
Yeah, I'm just... Yellow is not doing much too.
Yeah,
I just report.
Come on, let's go.
Now we
I
bleed.
thought Green just said go B. I swear Green said go B.
I can go B.
I throw the flashbang.
Things like this.
Throw in the flashbang.
Was that a short one? Ooh. Bit top kill.
Don't taste my pee, John.
Oh god. Shit.
I planted the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Oh god. No,
No, I was too late. I'm sorry. Ah.
no. On site.
Oh.
I don't know what that was.
They tried.
That was a bad jump.
Womp womp.
We're getting so mad, Lavelle. Why?
This is-
Why do you have to be mad with this silver game?
Yeah. It's just I don't know.
No more talking. Now we fight. I throw the flashbang.
It's so fast.
Holy shit.
Nice go, Green.
I throw the flashbang.
One more bit.
Throw in the decoy.
Shit.
Flashbang.
AWP site. Oh, Scar, sorry.
Yeah.
Last one too. Oh no!
How the fuck did that not hit?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Four.
Oh, smoke and the fire. Wow, that guy is everything. And fire, and smoke, and flash. Oh, blue is so angry as well. 20 seconds.
I don't know how that shot missed.
To be
Like, they
honest,
must have hit,
yeah.
like last second. There we go, he's on site.
3 seconds. No scope. No scope.
Oh.
Good try. That was not bad. They were using Scar too. It's hard to deal with that.
Yeah, you gotta be a really good shot to deal with Scar. And, well, most people aren't gonna be playing... most people at this rank aren't good shots. 'Cause that's why we're all here.
Yeah, I'm bad at my shots. I'm still practicing. I'm still training.
Shots probably wouldn't be in most of them.
Throw in a grenade. Grenade.
Oh. Oh.
Damn!
That was with one tap, one kill.
Ow. One behind the box.
Jesus, I need help.
Ooh. The kill. Bomb dropped long. Oh,
God.
it's so hard. Russian. Oh. Oh boy. You can outspam a Glock.
He panicked.
Yeah.
I am sorry for Blue. He do a panic.
The panic. I would panic too, honestly.
I mean, it's a mood. Funnily enough, that is actually fun.
Who we are. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
Oh God, Blue, why?
Decoy.
Did Blue sabotage?
By accident, but yes.
Aww.
Oh good. It's green.
Oh! 2 mid from their spawn. Sounds like A long. Nice. Nice. Long A.
Yeah. This.
Nice.
That
Got him.
dude probably just got a giant fucking jump scare.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a situation where I had basically every advantage.
Yeah. Hidden.
Like, he had to come get bomb, and he had to get there fast.
No time and everything. It's like shit, man.
Yeah, like,
Grenade out. Flashbang.
didn't hear a burn. Oh god.
Throwing
Flashing
flashbang.
mid. Fuck, is anyone on short? Wait, is yellow rage quit?
I don't know. I'm going from B to their base.
Throwing a grenade.
What? Oh.
Was it A long?
That was A short.
Oh shit, okay. I'm gonna flank him if I can.
There's probably one more at least short.
One.
As well as the one mid.
Grenade.
Oh!
Yes,
Oh.
he's so low.
Oh, AFK.
Yeah, I think yellow's gone AFK.
Mm-hmm.
Man, all that rage. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like,
There was a lot of shots.
you gonna rage that much and then go AFK?
Yeah. I mean, I already had them blocked, so... Full A, I don't trust you. No. Who are you commanding that much?
Yeah, I mean, I trust green.
I trust green more. Yellow is just AFK. I'll try to protect B if I can.
Grenade out. Grenade out.
Fuck was that smoke?
Incendiary out.
Oh, yellow's playing now.
Throwing a grenade.
Oh, Jesus.
Deploying flashbang.
Doesn't look like there's anyone at B.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Ah. They've not followed up on it. Oh.
Oh my god, this kid fuck on me. They haven't got the bomb yet. I'm trustworthy. I do trust you, Breen. Oh, the pre-fire. Yeah, looks like that it's short. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, 2 health.
Yeah.
That was tough, that was tough. Oh god, I'm out of money. I'm going in naked.
Oh.
Let's have
Who's
a
the
match.
exact me?
Decoys out.
The fuck?
Grenade out.
Don't know what they're talking about.
Flashbang.
Looking at a short, well, naked.
They're coming in.
Yeah, sounds like a short, honestly.
Throwing fire.
2 molly.
Mid, apparently. That's a flash. Sure.
I didn't get flashed though. Like, now I got flashed. Oh! Green wants to kick yellow. Oh my god, that is the most scary thing ever.
I mean, I knew at least one was there.
Didn't expect it to.
I was hoping it wasn't two. I was unfortunately wrong.
Yeah.
Let's go, fellas.
We select, we don't teach. What?
Grenade. Flashbang.
Let people learn the game,
I'm very blind
jeez.
and I have a deep. No one's on short. Fuck.
I'm still looking at B.
It's alright, I'm on short.
Deploying decoy.
Damn, Yellow suddenly got pissed. Oh, B tunnel.
Deploying flashbang.
A. Ooh, nice! This guy heck.
Imagine calling me a fucking.
Stoller, you're too good! You're being accused of hacking now, gosh.
Bruh, I'm not even positive.
Let's give it to the boys.
I'm not even positive.
Oh, Yellow got snipped.
Fire.
They might be A short actually, but I can't tell.
Throwing flashbang.
I second guessed myself for a bit. There was someone in B tunnel, but only one though. I looked at that person, and I was like, "Is that enemy?"
I think Green and I just had the same brain cell at the same moment.
That person also looked at me for a bit. They didn't shoot immediately too. We both look at each other and then we... Oh shit, enemy! Then we both shoot at the same time.
God, it's like. Are they just vibing in T?
I'm not too sure. They might go from A short, question mark? Yeah, sounds like they're going to A short.
They may not have time to plan.
Nice! Yes, still have a chance, still have a chance.
Yeah, they wasted too much time being fancy.
I mean, they were all playing AWP.
Let's go.
Here we go. Wait, where'd the MP9 go? The MP9 went.
Incendiary out. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Incendiary. Deploying flashbang. Smoke.
That must be short.
Yeah, I'm getting flashed at short. 2 flashes.
Throwing flashbang.
Fuck, that was mid doors.
Bomb at our spawn. Oh!
Fuck, I thought Blue was peeking at the same time.
Shit, I should just hold and not go. That was on me. You're just gonna survive for 5 seconds. Don't die.
Nope, don't do it.
Just hide. Don't kill. Oh! Run! Save your gun.
Not gonna kill. Because if you kill T's after time runs out, they got $0 and lose the gun.
Oh. Oh wait, that's pretty harsh.
Wondered.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Oh.
Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Flashbang. Flashbang.
I don't think that was it short. Spawn?
Throwing fire.
I'm coming! Oh, okay, nice. I'm going back to A. A long, last one. I'll hold them. Are they hiding now? I'm gonna hide, I'm not gonna.
Good stuff.
Oh, that looks like a scale.
Oh my god, I got so close.
you almost killed him?
81! 81!
Oh.
Come on, chop chop. Incendiary out. Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Close combat. Those will be with the. Might give them pad.
I'm hiding at A long.
Throwing fire. Grenade. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang.
Ooh.
Deploying flashbang.
Two mid, both heavily tagged, I think.
Oh, they heard the footstep. I shouldn't have run.
Alright, I believe in blue.
Yeah. I mean, blue has been commanding of people.
Oh wait, they have bomb? Damn.
Bombs at B. Oh, I don't think you can out.
I think they're playing for picks though.
You can probably save the gun.
I mean, if they can get good kills, it takes guns away from T. Ah, I got
Truly PPP tone supremacy.
Terrorists win.
I hear reloading noise.
Sorry, green. I ain't got shit.
Oh, blue bought something for green. I wanted to buy something, but I was like, oh shit, I don't have money.
Incendiary out. Grenade out. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Your team is so patient.
Laying down smoke.
They never really rush.
Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke. Smoke.
Where's that short?
Oh, okay.
Grenade.
I'm still checking short.
There's one mid.
Throwing a grenade.
There's one lowers.
Throwing fire.
A long one.
Jump. It's probably going B.
I didn't see if the A long had a bomb, to be honest. Nice. From the back.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Ooh. We should buy.
We should buy.
We should.
Last round.
Yeah, we should probably buy. Yeah. I agree.
Grenade. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Oh god, they're rushing.
Wow.
God, blue, stop following me.
Decoys out.
They're going mid, I think.
Grenade out.
Bomb down short.
Let me hide that short.
Save me.
Oh my god, I
Yes.
shot so many shots. I thought we lost. Oh my
The
god.
scaly combo. The scaly combo.
The front and back. We left the front and back.
Yeah.
I have the highest headshot percentage? No way.
Nice.
38? Oh. I'm hacking.
Oh, that guy fucking getting mad at me. That was the best.
There was like one AWP shot. You are hacked.
I was
Oh.
like, bro, I'm not even positive right now.
I'm probably gonna go get food.
Okay, sounds good. Honestly, that was a pretty good point to end it.
Yeah,
That fucking last round was funny as shit.
that was good.
Yeah,
Oh.
scaly sandwich.
we left the front and back sandwich.
Exactly.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Corix. I can go get food soon though. Hi Corix, hi Raider. Welcome. Oh, you're playing Atlas? Everyone's playing Atlas. The game honestly looks really cool. How was it? Hey!
Alright. See you, Kobo.
See you. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, don't get your nom noms.
Bye 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 bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. I'm gonna. Yeah. Stream went fine. It's just difficulty spike at some point. Oh no. This raid and dash because I'm about to pass out. I'm about to go get food as well. This might be a raid train actually. Thanks for the raid, Corix. Also, welcome in raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons to Bits. I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Also, have a good rest, Corix. You know, do that in post stream, okay? Yeah. And Kobo has now got addicted to Pew Pew. I actually have the brain rot. Hi again, Nexus. How was the archipelago? I wanna show you guys my absolute pro gaming ace. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Watch this. I'm gonna stroke my ego again. Like it's the peak moment of it's my peak moment, and I'm gonna show it as much as possible. What's it? This round. Stroke. Archipelago was great. Nice, good to know. Yeah, this is around. This is around. Heck yeah, check this out. Next camera. Oh. I did the ace, the best ace in my entire Counter-Strike history. Terry is an absolute cutie of Kobo. Oh my god, Tiger! Yeah, they all died here. I'm the only one left. I was lucky too because I have the bomb on me. Oh. I'm so good. This one is just like pure lucky, this one. All the shot hit. I'm so happy, oh my god. there was a second ace. I got 2 aces today, this session. It was really fun. Yeah, the first ace is a clip from Sorrow Napalm. Heck yeah. Thanks again for the clip, Sorrow and Brian. Here, let me quit the game first. I want to show you guys the clip as well. I want to show the glorious also emotional support Kobo. You can play as a Kobold in Atlas? Now with Spear and Hammer for all your killing needs. Oh my god.
Yep.
I want to play Atlas. Or Atlas. Yeah, Atlas. You can play as a Kobold. I'm gonna cry. So let me find the clip. It's I think it's this one. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. No sound because I don't want to look at that. Double me? Oh, it's like I'm playing. Oh yeah, I muted the site, that's why. I forgot I muted the site. Well, imagine I did some really cool play here, okay? I mean, not imagine, look at it. I got so lucky with all the MP9 shots. Oh wait, this one. This part we should unmute the site. Because Meta was listening and I was listening as well, and then we got the kill.
Don't peek, don't peek.
I'm not picking. I don't want.
Yeah, he's sitting there with scope down now. Go, 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 go!
Got him! Whoa, what? I aced! Oh my god, that's my first ace in the entire world! Well, is this... Wait, what's with the audio delay? Is my audio delay this whole stream, question mark? I hope not. Oh, anyway, I am going to get some food, get some dinner, get some rest. But of course, I will do a small announcement tomorrow, or like tomorrow before I stream. I will do a small fundraising thing. Yeah, a small fundraising thing. Right? Food Panda time? Nah, I don't. I literally have no money for Food Panda, sadly. I'm gonna do a fundraising. I'm gonna draw the sniffer emote. Alright, that's made by me. Alright, my own sniffer emote, essentially, to people who donate through coffee to me tomorrow. It might be a little bit much because, you know, donate 2 coffee and then you can get a sniffer emote. But it's kind of what I wanted to do. So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Let's see how many sniffer we can get. Probably 2, 3, 4. I hope. I don't even know if I can draw that fast. But we'll see, right? We'll see. I have the template, so it shouldn't take too long to create one, I hope. Right? At least it's not me trying to draw from scratch anymore, like the last time I was doing the black one. It was a little bit difficult, but it was very fun as well. So yeah, 99 Tira, 99 Evie. Okay, let me see, yeah. Ooh, Jester. Ooh, Daisy. Nita? We raided Daisy, right? Yeah, we raided Daisy 2 days ago, I think. Let's raid Jester. I love Jester's stream and Jester's voice. Jester is playing Stalker 2. Looks like a lot of people are playing this game, honestly. Have a good night, Tara, and enjoy your noms. Thank you, Tiger. I'm gonna go get some good noms, and then prepare for tomorrow's fundraising thing for myself, because I am actually kind of but don't worry, I'll be fine. So yeah, we're gonna raid Jester, but of course I need to summon Bernie real quick as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here, Nexus. Appreciate all of you. And I also have a Discord channel where I spam dragon pictures when I can. Thanks for being a cutie. Whoa. Oh, y'all are the cutie here. Yeah. Since we're ready to Jester's stream, I don't really want to use my full-blown anyone willing to give Kobo a loving uppies, because I think like that rate message is a little bit too long, because Jester's stream has like the built-in chat reader, so I don't really want to spam the chat too much. So whenever we raid Jester, we're gonna be using this rate message instead. Short and sweet. Uppies. No, you. Uppies. That works. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. Tomorrow fundraising thing. Hopefully I don't flop too much. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good pappies. I cannot thank Numbers enough for this, and also of course Surfy for drawing this one. Numbers is just like, hey, send me a reference pictures of yours. Like, oh okay, I didn't think this could happen. So yeah, big thankies to Numbers. Kobo now has the pappies, and yeah, I can actually bap all the dragons I want now. Like all the dragons will get bopped and get bopped. Right, all the dragons, all the kobolds get bapped. It's so good. Alright, let me type it right to Jester. There we go. Okay, I'm ready to raid. So I'm gonna go get food now. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. Here comes the raid to Jester. Bye. Have I ever mentioned that Jester has some sexy voice? Kobo's kinda jealous, but it's alright. You know, like a few years back, I honestly wanted to have like sexy voice like that. No, voices like Jester, Gwilym, or like oh shit, who else? There were a few. Lethriga is like a different kind of sexy. You know, those deep sexy voice. A few years back I wanted that, but now it's a little bit different. Now that I'm a kobold, I'm small, I'm short. I kind of like a good old squeaky noise, as feminine as possible, but I don't know. That's how I feel anyway. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. I'm actually slightly concerned about tomorrow, but let's not think too much about it. It's gonna be fine. Just, yeah, don't think too much about it. And I totally should do more art. And I should totally focus on the redeem as well. The 150k redeem thing. Oh, thanks for the pet, Sorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna go get food now. Take care, everyone. Mwah. Bye bye, everyone. Take care. Bye, Shy. Love y'all. Take care.